I would love things to be easy, but when it comes to matters that have been obscured, matters that are so important to your infinite being, because somebody is or something is really taking this serious, meaning that the detail on the watch of humanity, each person, what they do and what they become, I guess it could get more serious and serious for you every day, and somehow are not experiencing that severity at all, right? They just here for the party. And you got to understand that that is for sure by design. There are many amongst us that are sleepwalking. I may even sleepwalk from time to time because when you become more and more present and more aware, you realize just how humanity is sometimes being led along. Humanity is being taken advantage of. And, we're aware of these things. But of course, we're also looking for the solutions. Like, okay, so with all this happening, if I'm going to accept that this is happening, that definitely needs to come with some solutions. However, for, many of us, we began having to accept the problem without necessarily any clear solutions. It was even like the best solution that we were going to get would be just to accept that the problem exists. But as we continue to go forward, we start becoming more and more aware, and this starts to allow us to discover solutions. So today, I'm going to ground in like an old school, just keep it real, no fear mongering, no cap, no extras, just unadulterated, pure occultism. Okay. And the first thing I want to do for sure is touch and connect, because I need to, kind of catch up with the train. The train took off and I was still over here playing around with the buttons for a minute, trying to tune it in the way that I wanted to do it. And, let's just say, I was humbled because I realized, what, I'm just going to have to come in and do it anyway, not necessarily the way that I want it to be, but the way that it can be done. So that'll just be the metaphor for today. And I come in first celebrating just this opportunity by connecting with everybody and, sending these outstretched 10 fingers into the air and acknowledging this connection that we all share, this vibration, this unity, and acknowledging its importance, especially in these times, because it just will become more and more obscure for those who haven't tapped into it yet, meaning that it is so easy to see the divisions and the different sides. But I would encourage everybody to look into their cabinet, look into their refrigerator, and see all of the organisms there, like from your seasonings to your spices to your sauces and juices. And when you think of all those different ingredients, it's amazing how many life forms, consciousness, et cetera, that we have even just in our cabinet at home, right? So what more do we expect from the world? But we also know that there are some base elements that all of those ingredients are made from and derived from, some core ingredients that we find within all of those things. And so that's what we're celebrating here right now, right? So let's just keep powering through. I know some are experiencing winter times also. It's getting a little bit cold. Here, the seasons have been kind of everywhere, going back and forth. So we're, of course, keeping our immune systems up and keeping jubilant, especially in this time, being the sun that needs to come out every single day. And so many of us, of course, have that responsibility here. We are the light that's shining inside of our families, inside of our tribes, inside of the groups that we are frequenting. And we can also see that that has put us in a keen position to receive great knowledge and wisdom and application, regardless of what we choose to do with it. So even today, I'm here in this position receiving great knowledge, regardless of if I'm aware or not aware of what I can actually do with it. So that means that these kind of things, they take thought. They take a certain level of immersion or genuflection, meaning these adept laws and principles, they do take the time. So we know that they do need the time for you to invest in them. So we know that this is a touch point, but it goes on from here and we connect in that unified space. Sending love to the family, sending love to the tribe, wholeness. All right, so it looks like I'm catching up with my foot and figuring out where to put my hands. Of course, my goal is always to get rid of me, any pre-programs and clones and names and identities and all types of prejudgments and precursor and all this kind of stuff, and just be pure with the transmission of the message. I do take notes, meaning that I come in here not just with something that I'm flying off the dome with, but something that is synchronistic, something that is true, something that has been investigated, and also something that has been put through what I would say is the filter or blueprint that we've been developing over years, which is a way to understand if something is true, because you should really see it everywhere. You should see it in many different places. And in that way, we're connecting something, someone called the dots, but we're connecting the dots big on existence. And I also wanted to mention that this is in many ways like a first time. Like I'm still searching for sources all the time where this knowledge is just commonplace. Even the stuff that we're going to talk about right now, that, hey, there's just a whole channel and it's just dedicated to that. And I really don't find that. And so that means that we have to be that. This is called ambassador training for a reason. So that means that you get a chance to go forward from here, even with the message, and actually share the application and the knowledge itself, but you filter it in your way. And that's another big thing, is to remember that, a lot of this stuff, it comes out really potent. It takes real maturity. It takes grounding. And when you do that, sometimes even when you're sharing it with someone else, you may choose to edit a little bit based on who they are and how they function, because each of us is very special and unique. So our goal is to, in many ways, be that unique key to the doors of others. And in this way, also here, we are training masters for masters by masters. So we're all in here. We're all in the tutelage. I want to also mention that my goal for 2025, one of my goals, because, I got big goals, stretch goals. One of my goals is to really go in deeper on the scholarly presentation of metaphysics. And what I mean by that is the things that I'm even going to speak on today are verifiable. Now, what you would call facts. You would need access to the sources, which I'm going to show some sources today. But in many ways, my goal is to move forward, especially with systems that allow me to not only produce to you some type of documentation when I'm done, not only when I'm speaking, offer a complete itemization of what I'm speaking on for you to recap on, even beyond what we're presenting in the university. As far as like when we have the syllabus, and then we have the concise explanations, and then you have the build, you have the Q&A. So all those things are there now, but I could tell you that the thickness sometimes of the waters that we're in, you really do need that supporting evidence, and you almost need that cloud, if you may, of related stuff so that you can completely get it. And I mean that in a way where sometimes when I'm going through things, I know certain things people have never heard of, or they don't really get it, or it doesn't click with them right then. But I bought it up because it actually does fit into the whole piece. But if you don't understand it, that means that you didn't necessarily get that piece. So when I'm challenging all the systems to do that I even have access to, and some of the stuff that's even coming that I know about, is to simplify this in a way where at least you get complete clarity on what we're discussing. So you can see how it goes on around you. And then also you can see how your knowledge will assist you in making different decisions at every single moment that will change your future consistently. Because even that idea of like, hey, I'm gonna change my life for the better, that's something that has to be done at every single moment, right? Like you can't just change your life for the better and then leave it there and everything's good from then on. No, right? We can all remember times where it seems like we were at some kind of peak, and then other times we're in some type of ravine, and then even the climb. Right? So in many ways, we have to constantly maintain this vessel, maintain this level of awareness and this wisdom. It's something that's moving. So the beautiful thing about this space is that we're moving with it. So we've taken a tour through the cosmos quite a few times, enough to even revisit certain topics and certain things that we were introduced to maybe, but as we come around again, the relationship gets deeper. And that's also just a word to how all this really works. We're talking about language. We're talking about time. And in that, we know that with time in relationships, especially, it gets deeper the more time you spend, the more time you have in it. And so this 16 some odd years, can definitely be accounted as light years, but these 16 some odd years that we've been in just this topic of metaphysics has produced a boon. It has basically allowed us to go deeper and deeper and really show, hey, this is a subject, if you may, I like to claim that it's the whole of everything, but this is a subject, if you may, for the world that doesn't have that shallowness of many other topics. When it goes deeper and deeper, you actually start getting into the rudimentary values of life, beliefs, tribes, and it all connects to even what we see happening not only in our time today, also in the past, but most certainly in the future, right? So let's keep going and start watching these patterns. So more scholarly approach in 2025, more fine grain kind of approach on the information and the knowledge, and definitely digging deeper into the wisdom, but leaving a trail behind us so that those who are coming in and seeing this knowledge can also make sense of it, and they can kind of catch up to where we're at in a very short period of time, because we're already presenting it in a way that allows them to do that, okay? Because if things are kind of presented and it's all over the place, or if it's too deep for somebody, or they don't get the, hey, what happened before that, then it could be very difficult for them to immerse into it. So the first thing that I want to introduce you to today, since I am, again, I'll be using a share screen. So again, we'll see how that goes, because we've never actually done that here with the kind of share screen we're going to have to do, which is the one that's in Zoom. But for you to understand a few things, the first thing is that if you can't feel a reality, you can't get into it. I'll say that in another way. If you can't get into a reality unless you feel it. Okay? Now let's take that just from like the most exoteric surface level first. You know how somebody will tell you, hey man, you got to really get into it. In order for you to really see what this is about, you need to get into it. And then also you can have so many examples in life that if it was something that she wasn't really into, you weren't able to really it wasn't even you cared. It wasn't even like you were even there. But the things that you really get into, you really become immersed in them, right? So let's just say that that's the most surface way, is that, hey man, if you don't get into it, it ain't gonna really mean anything to you anyway, okay? Now that applies to all things, but it also applies deep into these occult works that we're going to be talking about today, because for every intensive purpose, as I mentioned before, the organs and the way that our system is set up, it even gives you the very feeling of being here, right? So when I even take a breath and I say, man, this is what it feels like, it's a part of my senses that are tapped into me being able to feel what it's like to be here, okay? And so what happens if I don't have those senses? What happens if some of those senses don't work? So let's take a person that may even have eyes missing, right? Do they experience the reality as the same as somebody with eyes? No. We can't say more, we can't say less, we can just say it's very different. If you lose your taste, like some did with COVID, are you experiencing the same reality as people that have taste? So if we keep going deeper and deeper, you'll start seeing that when we remove the feeling, and we're just going to talk about this reality, when we remove our ability to feel this reality, we are actually beginning the process of removing ourselves from the reality in many ways. Now, of course, if a person's dead, they definitely can't feel the reality anymore, but we're not going that deep with it. We're just saying that, hey, it appears very clearly that if you can feel something, you have a sense, which comes from, in many ways, from the organs, right? We'll throw the pineal gland in here as an organ. If your organ can sense the reality, then the reality is animate for you. You're phased into the reality. But the moment that the organs that sense this reality called Earth start to diminish, then so too your existence of being able to even tap in here begins to diminish also. So it begins to disappear. And this fact, you could run it across so many things, but this fact you need to be aware of, because it also accounts to why some things have access to this reality and some don't. It's actually the governance in itself on higher levels of why certain things are not in the reality that would just completely obliterate and destroy the reality. It also shows why some can only go to certain spaces, get things like information and awareness, and then even from other entities and beings, and then come back into this reality, if you may, because they have the organs and they have the faculties to phase in here and actually interact with this, but not be able to transport or allow those energies that are on the outside, if you may, are not dialed into this reality to be able to get in here. So true enough, they will bring their ideals, right? And they will bring some of the awareness that they learn, but that being will basically still stay at the door if it does not have the faculties that allow one to sense the reality. Now, sensing the reality is also a more broader thing than organs, because even if you have a lot of memories of a reality, in many ways you can still actually sense that that reality until those memories begin to diminish. This is why we observe our ancestors. This is why in many ways you can see someone when they've departed for a moment, and then after a while you stop being able to see them. And it's because the faculties in which they're using to phase into the reality, because they no longer have but only their memories left. And memories are fleeting. They're like dreams. You really need to hold on to these memories, because the cosmic ocean is constantly moving through with more thoughts, more ideas, more experience, more expressions, right? So it's just packing it all in. And so in many ways, even if when we want to dial back in to realities, we now need to immerse ourselves in the memories of what went on in that reality, at least until it begins to trigger the gnosis, right? Which is the ability to know without being told, right? And it's because the gnosis is tapped into a stream of information, which you love to call synchronicity, which is a field that we all feed from as far as getting information and cycling information too. So we give and we receive from this field, right? And so just remember that again, so entity, no matter what its whole ideals are, what it's made of, how much power it has, if it doesn't have the prerequisites to getting into Earth or 3D, it cannot get in here, right? So in that way, it's almost like this goes on without its awareness. So also, here's another note, just something to constructively apply, is that you'll also notice that people who transcend the limits of the reality generally have less feeling than others. Okay, and I gotta clarify this. Okay, so what I'm referring to specifically is that when a person becomes enlightened, it is because they have removed themselves from all of the thoughts of this reality in many ways. We call it meditation. Okay, so in many ways, if you remove some of your feeling from the reality, like, some people, they talk about this in the higher teachings, right? Like samsara and, deeper levels about attachment. And they explain, hey, if you get really attached to something here, it's going to be very difficult for you to become enlightened, right? Because you're going to have that filling up your field so much, it's going to divert your focus from enlightenment, which is one, right? You're trying to bring yourself into a singular, but all this data and all these memories and all these feelings and all these questions keep coming in. And so you need to be able to stop that, right? So that's called meditation. But still notice the action. What you're really doing is you're deadening yourself to the reality. You're making so that what goes on in the reality, you don't really have feelings for in that way, like those small, minuscule things about what somebody did or who's talking in the other room or what that song means. And all that has been removed. And now you reach enlightenment. But also so too, like a dictator can be very removed from the reality, especially from a feelings level, right? Like they could literally command thousands of people to go to their death, right? And if you watch people that are in that vibe, right? Because this is kind of like the opposite end of the spectrum. This is definitely not enlightenment, but somewhat of the same energetics, but used in a different way. So when you ask yourself, man, why is it so many rich people that are evil? You know what I mean? Why, if a person had that much money, why wouldn't they really help someone? Why do these governments do things that seem like they're plotting on the people, right? And so you can keep going on down the list, but the real why to that is that those who are carrying out those deeds and actions have little to almost no feelings about the reality. And this does elevate them in many ways. That's why that's the president. That's why that's the, and fill in the blank. That's the prime minister. You see what I mean? And it's because they've tapped into that same principle about how to accelerate in a reality by reducing your attachment to it. You see what I mean? So the reason why I wanted to also bring this up is because you're looking at somewhat of the same vibration achieved in different ways, definitely experienced in two totally different ways by the organism, but still causing relatively the same outcome. So know in knowledge, there will always be that aspect to it. You'll be able to point out somebody else who you think is evil even, and somehow it's working for them. And you may boil your brain. Now I'm going to show you how this happens in numbers, but you may boil your brain in physicality. Like, why are these people getting ahead? Why are they succeeding? But when you look underneath and you go all the way to the roots of the basic fundamentals of what causes success, failure, and these kind of things in the reality, you actually find many of the same signatures. And that's what we get into here in the multidisciplinary, is actually mapping out the patterns and then allowing the patterns allow ourselves to learn those patterns, and then allowing us to implement those patterns in the reality for their outcomes, even to a level where we actually are the pattern. So more so than viewing the pattern all the time and studying the pattern all the time, actually becoming the pattern of the outcome that you're looking for. And that would be like the height of manifestation. That would be when somebody says, hey, I want to become immortal. Hey, I want to, big goals. This is what is necessary to achieve that. These are my addendums also early here, because these things will serve us later on in the build, but also stick out by themselves. Also from personal knowledge. When you master something or you do something so much in the physicality, that actually does in many ways become your go-to power in your dream. Okay. And so, and just say simple on a simple level, like if I'm doing karate in real life, go through my yellow belt, brown belt, then I hit the green belt, then I'm up to, black belt, white belt, or what is that right before the orange belt, red belt, black belt, right? But I'm doing this every single day. You can best believe in my dream, I'm kicking ass. In my nightmares, I'm getting my ass kicked, right? But in my dream, I'm kicking ass, for better lack of terms is what I'm saying here. Also, let's say if I'm driving cars really fast in real life, man, I'm a hell of a driver in the dream. I even use driving as a way to get me to other planets. A nightmare for me is having a crazy car crash. So we have to understand that the reason why we continue to hone our skills in physicality, whatever those skills may be, is that they often translate into real powers inside of the dream because of the dedication that you're placing on them here. I'll give even a light example. Somehow I've mastered this way, and I've taught others of how to ride a wave without a board or anything. Literally from out there all the way back to the shore, even without paddling, right? And I'm often fascinated of why I don't see other people doing this, talking about this, or why it's not even in the Olympics. But in the end, let's just say it's kind of one of the things that I do. And Destin does it, and Sven does it because, they've come and I've taught them how to do it and then they mastered it themselves. So we have more people that know how to do it. It can be done. The other week I'm in the dream and this huge wave is coming and everybody is screaming. And I'm like, yo, watch this, everybody. And I started riding this wave and I rode this thing to the point where I was even sliding into a new dream even, right? And I just kind of took that as an example, be it as crude. But in the morning, I was like, yo, it's still crazy that anything that you really, really do in physicality a lot and you master, somehow it shows up in a dream and you shine even more. Now, we're all familiar with the other way around, which is that, you definitely have dreams where you do things that you didn't know before, like speak different languages or even do karate or even ride these waves. But that's not even something that you do in reality. But what I'm saying is that when you master something in physicality, it's almost like a 10x in the dream. It's probably the same amount as when they say, hey, your dream is X amount more powerful than manifesting your dreams, X amount more powerful than the physical reality, whatever that X is. That's the same thing, that when you master something in physicality, though, it is 10 times more powerful in the dream. So this should encourage you to stay on the disciplines, the arts, if you may, in physicality. It's not all the time just about the books, the knowledge, the wisdom, etc. It's about actually training this vehicle in order for you to, this is like the training ground even for this vehicle, which also replicates. You replicate this vehicle with less limitations inside of another space, and you call this space a dream, right? But again, if your physical is like, oh, I don't really know what I'm going to do in life, or, it just doesn't have any discipline, this then would for sure translate into random dreams and this kind of thing. So sometimes even the solutions to problems that seem so complicated are still based on omitting doing things that are very powerful and that just work across the board. So stay on your arts. Now, we enter today into the precipice, a deep level of knowledge and awareness, and we actually get a chance to even visit some other cultures today, which is always fun. Okay, so what we're diving into is we're diving into the reality of why words absolutely create worlds. When I'm taking it apart, and this is why I said, man, this is why I have to go into the scholarly work, because let's just speak from the ego. I need to be respected for this, meaning that this knowledge needs to be commonplace. Like, there's too many connections here for the world to be just ignoring this like it doesn't exist. And even the fact that it's doing that and that seems to be organized really spells out something even more eerie. It actually seems to contribute more to the potential conspiracy fact of what is being revealed. And so what I'm saying is, when this kind of stuff is really brushed under the carpet, it makes you realize for sure, like, it's not a conspiracy that they don't want us to know anything, and that there is some kind of powers, and they are hands off generally because few people know how to activate those powers and dial into those powers. And I'm going further and I'm suggesting that it's in the words for real. Like, certain words are literally journeys, and these journeys are worlds on their own, and they show you the makeup of entire things that have happened in our reality already and continue to happen, okay? And so we're gonna go down this path real quick of this JBR, because something was like just talking to me about this. Let's just put it that way. That's kind of how I always put it is, I was almost asleep and, something comes through and it's like, hey, have you done the complete ciphering of JBR? And it's because also this keeps coming up like a lot, like all the time. And there's quite a few words that I have here inside of my, what would you call it? My files. And this deserves a better look. And it's just like I was telling you the other day. I said, hey, anything that you add "and" to the back of will refer to generally a serpent, generally a flying serpent. And then I went through Kukulkan, I went through Dan, I went through a lot of references to words that mean serpent. And then I took a step back and I said, hey, does that mean that "and" could be seen as the symbol of a serpent? Or, and I've done this many times. I've taken words like "ok," O-C-K, and I put them on the front of, I put them on the back of every letter in the English language to show how it's literally telling you some story about who "ok," O-C-K is. You see what I mean? And this way of looking at words is not common at all. In fact, it seems to even be by even LLMs or large language models kind of frowned upon to associate words that clearly are either sounding the same or containing the same root as if they are somehow not related. But there is some gibberish, okay, which gives us our first word. Gibberish, of course, means like a hodgepodge of language, almost to a point where it doesn't necessarily make sense to everyone. Are we all familiar with the word gibberish? All right, he's speaking gibberish, okay? So through a series of very powerful eye-openers, I was shown how gibberish, if you want to call it, which is really we can call Jibbar, the main one, and gibberish, the one that came after that. Just like when you add ish to anything, okay? But let's just decode this word Jibbar very briefly to see what the occult meanings are behind it. Also, again, like the reason why this is so occult anyway is because you'll notice that there's certain acronyms that are always used inside of secret societies because they spell out the entire makeup of the society itself. But these words are chosen because they actually connect to something so ancient and so powerful that it has survived, if you may, through the memories and thought streams of every inhabitant that has continued to come across this space, okay? So we first decode the connection between the J and the G, okay? We already know that the J and the I and the Y are all the same, right? Because you got Ya and you got Ja and you got Aya, right? And then we also know that the J is the G, right? So we already talked about how in the end, it's like English is only a few letters because every other letter is really just the other letter. It's just people are not aware of that. So they're given multiple letters that all really are the same, especially in other languages. But this also reveals a hidden truth within itself, because as you can see in Arabic, let's say our J turns into a G in Hebrew. So in the Arabic culture, Jabber or Jabbar, as it's called, like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, the tall basketball player, is one of the 99 names of Allah. It means the compeller, the powerful, strength, the ability to enforce. So this is a definition that you'll see over and over again, right? Like this is the most, let's say, basic definition. Something that has strength, something that is powerful, something that is mighty, okay? Then we go on, and of course in Hebrew, we get Gibor, right? And now our J turns to a G, and then we have somewhat of the same definition, a mighty hero, someone who's heroic, okay? It does go a lot further and say that this is actually a giant, but I won't ad lib right now because I'll show the actual reference of Jabbar or JBR meaning giant. But also remember, in this language that we're speaking about, there are no vowels. So we generally use the J, the B, the R, and we don't care what the vowels are in between. And then often, and this is how I've completely cracked the code through English, is often you will see the letters run together in a word, but the word will continue on. But that word does have a connection. Let's take a look at some of those examples. But before we do that, remember also the L and the R do this same thing in Arabic and Hebrew, meaning that the L and the R in Arabic and Hebrew are basically interchangeable for each other. One culture uses the R and the other culture uses the L. I've even argued that in many ways, the R seems to be like the R-ab, okay? R-ab is almost, well, not almost, but it is saying our Father R, okay? Versus L is often the God or the Father in Hebrew. El means the Father, okay? As in the Elohim. So what we find is that we have this culture on earth, the Arabs and the Hebrews, if you may, that seem to clearly be carrying the evidence of if there was ever any extraterrestrial, other world, other planetary existences here, they would have for sure had come in contact with whoever these people were initially and gave them this language. Now, we have this completely deciphered, of course, by Pierre Sabak, who shows that Arabic and Hebrew actually are two dialectics from a priestcraft, that there's actually even more ancient versions of these languages. But as it is, one is gubernatorial, meaning that they manage the government side of the world, or this structure. We won't say the world because there's other factions. But when in this domicile, which would include Christianity, Catholicism, all the religions that have anything to do with Abraham, that's even the Hindu religions that have to do with Brahma, etc. So in that entire domicile, there are two groups. One manages the government side, okay, because the government side has to manage the people. And then the other group manages the spiritual side, if you may, which means that they are the ones responsible for interfacing with the extraterrestrial or alien or God, the supernatural, we'll put it that way, okay? So there's no overlap there. So you're looking at a top-down structure where Pierre gave it the name the Elake, which in the language means the high creature, sits on top. And then what you would say is the Brotherhood of Sod, but more of a S-O-D than a S-A-U-D. But the Brotherhood of Sod would be the ones that have communication with the Elake. And Sabak mentioned that this was the Saudi Arabians that you're seeing with all the oil and all this, the House of Saud, etc. And then you have underneath them the cherubim or the gubernator, who is also what we would say now today is Israel, okay? And the Israelites managing the governmental side of the world, if you may, in that domicile. And you know that because you look at the U.S. government, you look at Britain, you look at the United Nations, as we've discussed, all of those are Israeli run, we'll say it that way. But within these factions, there's constant skirmish. So they're not in alignment. In fact, they're more in the competition, and there's breeding and mixed breeding going on within the families. Okay, so we'll just kind of close that there because we've already talked about that heavily in the past. But we just want to acknowledge that, again, when we start going into these words, we're talking about the occult itself and the construct of the occult. And in this way, we're talking about a word that seems to not only consistently appear within these factions, but also mean, hey, that's the mightiest one, that's the strongest one, that's the most valiant one, okay? So as we go forward, we're going to break down a couple words here, okay? Now, our first dead ringer is that Jabbar is actually the Arab name for Orion, okay? And we've talked about this before, and we've said, hey, you know, when I was seeing some really occult secret society stuff going on from certain people, they always had some Orion stuff around them, or they were always talking about it as if it was there and if it was real. So regardless of what we believe, there's a foul on Orion because it appears that a lot of really over the top spiritual practitioners, we're talking about Golden Dawn, OTO, Freemasonry, etc., seem to all keep going back to Orion, right? And this gets us Osiris and it gets us a lot of things. But from all intents and purposes right now, we're saying that, hey, Jabbar also is actually the name of Orion because that's what it is in Arabic, not something that we're making up. We'll go further, and let me see if I can get on the screen here. Let's try this. What's up, Des? All right, let's do this here. I'm just trying to, get some contact going on here because my other system is definitely not in play. All right, let's keep going. It's not about me. So we also have, let's go through this. So we have another JBR, in this case a GBR, which is the Hebrew root, and it's the Gibborim. This is another word. Let me blow this up a little bit too for those eyes. Oh, wow, no blowing up. All right. Okay. We have the Gibborim. They were described as giant warrior kings, believed to have been half mortal, half divine, and filled with divine wisdom. Because of this, the ancient kingdoms around Israel were claimed to have been founded by the Gibborim. Okay? So we're just going to go through a logical process of thinking. This would mean that Orion founded the ancient kingdom of Israel, right? I mean, we've added nothing to that, right? But let's keep going. Maybe that's true, maybe that's not. We also come to another JBR. In this case, we have Gabriel, who is a very illustrious archangel that tends to be involved in many things. Gabriel brought the Quran to Muhammad, or also this angel in Arabic is called Jibril, right? And the green one. And there's lots of stories about Gabriel, right? But he's also a GBR, right? Or a JBR. We also have Gibraltar. Now, in Freemasonry, there are a few things that are more significant than Gibraltar. Not only because its location, but also mainly because its location and its midpoint to the initiatory secrets. So many met in Gibraltar, especially from different secret societies, mainly these two, to settle things between, the powers, okay? And so if we just look at for what was Gibraltar named after, it says the name Gibraltar comes from the Arabic phrase Jabal Tariq, which means the Mount of Tariq, okay? Now, in every way, because JBL and JBR also mean mountain, we can imagine, since the Strait of Gibraltar even has like the standing tall man, that all of this is related to, and it says the name was in honor to Tariq ibn Zayed, an 18th century North African military leader who led the Muslim conquest of the Iberian Peninsula in 711, okay? But as of today, though, Gibraltar is actually a British overseas territory, okay? So we watch this particular area, Gibraltar, which is even in itself seems to be symbolic to the giant or the ancient king, moves from the hands of belonging to the Muslims to back to belonging to, in this case, we'll call them the Israelites, because you need to understand more than anything, if you don't have all your facts straight, that Britain, or the B'nai Brit, as it's often called, is the nest, if you may, of the brotherhood, especially Freemasonry. The lodge itself, that the ancient and accepted, if you become accepted, as they say, it would be because the lodge in Britain, London, approved it, okay? So there are many lodges that are unaccepted, and to be accepted is to be a part of this lodge in London, okay? So we just have to remember that. And this also came because there was for sure a schism within Freemasonry, and that's why its older notes seem more Arabian, if you didn't notice, right? They got the scimitar and it's all about Aleppo, but then later on it takes on almost like an Egyptian-esque hybrid where they switch into aprons and, you know, they go on that way. And those kind of changes within secret societies, especially since they are secret societies, have a tendency to go unnoticed. But these things for an occultist, they have to pay attention to, because it is in itself the notification of the switching or the changing of the guard. And that way, those untrained people, or let's say the uninitiated who are just always seeking to join into these societies anyway, don't even know most of the time who has dominion over that society at that space and that time, because it changes. It changes in a way that is very cyclic to the seasons and in time. So you don't even just see wars, because a lot of these wars are mock wars in themselves. But in many ways, these wars always have the same outcome, because the energy behind the loser and the winner is already really written in the stars. Okay, and we'll talk about that here in just a moment. And it brings on then the awareness, especially for people who are deeply engaged in this, that there's really nothing that they do that is outside of the ordination of these powers. And these powers are celestial in that way. So it's like you can want something to go one way, but if the stars say it's not going that way, through careful observation, the scenes, the Atlanteans, etc., in these careful observations, notice that it will always go the way that the stars said it would go. And thus stop fighting against the stars in that way and just started moving with the stars. And that actually became magic, because to know about how a star moves and how much power it has and what it corresponds to, that makes up the craft. That makes up the study of magic, if you may. Okay. So we're going to continue to go forward. We have Gibran, which as a word means to restore or to compensate. And the reason why I'm highlighting these words is also that we'll notice when you start looking at the definition of a word all the way up to the modern times, you can take little words and piece together the story, right? So we know so far that Jabbar is a giant. We know that this giant corresponds to Orion. We know that this giant is a warrior, fearless as a symbol. And then we know, as I'm mentioning here, that this word also means to restore and to compensate. So somehow there's something going on. There's another word here, judgment. There's something going on here where something happened, and then Jabbar, if you may, became the solution. Okay. And this also comes to us in the word, and let me look in here because it wasn't completely in my notes, but it was, it didn't make it. But this word means a bone setter. Let's just try to Google for this. Probably have to use an LLM. Yeah. So this means a bone setter, but it's another word. Dancing all over the place here. Let me just get back to my notes. Or someone who mends bones. Okay, this was very important back in the day. But again, I was still kind of drawing blanks. But the only thing that was coming through, though, was like, okay, well, what if JBR, which is a giant, which in this case is a man, symbolizes in itself some type of covenant, some type of compensation, something that's supposed to mend something that happened that involved bones, right? And of course, we can think of Adam and Eve because, the rib was removed. But without going too deep into that, it says in so many ways that man itself, which may not be necessarily a man versus a woman, as we talked about before, because both of them have man on it, but it may be the human race itself was some type of covenant to mend something that had happened, right? And that whatever that something is, we could draw a blank on. But the reality is, I've heard of that in the mythos, that humans played in many ways like the go-betweens of the covenant. And that whatever had taken place, it would be rectified through us, right? And there wasn't much more there, because, a lot of this stuff goes immediately into duality, but there was something that was saying that, hey, the humans are actually the solution for a problem that happened a while ago. Now, some of the things that I could think of is that, especially as I start digging into this more, as I'll show you, we leave the human framework very fast. We leave this kind of body when we start talking about all the beings that existed not even really too long ago that were here on the earth. It's almost like you got to draw another map and you got to get what would then be Alkebulan then, or what you're calling Africa. As much of it is out of the water, if you may, completely dominated by the Naga, or let's say the black-headed ones who themselves are like serpents and relate to serpents and as their ancestors are, right? Then you have even another group called like the fairy folk, who clearly somehow have a relationship with the moon, have virtually no melanation within their skin, and are often found in very cold places. You see what I mean? But then their makeup, some in description being of one arm with an eye in the back of the head, according to their lore, okay? So, and then it goes on and on. It goes and begins to describe the world as actually being peopled, if you may, more with chimeric beings, each one's based on their tribe looking different, right? Which also seems to cause a great deal of wars and confusions. So could it be that the human body was a way to bring generally conflicted forces, no different than a cat is immediately going to run away from a dog, and the dog is immediately going to start chasing that cat generally. Like you got natural predators, natural prey inside of the reality. But a way to, in many ways, begin to remove that, where you can actually be around, and we're just giving some examples here, you can be around a person who may have been more of a composition of a dog or a Cenophaly, right? But still be a feline yourself. But then you guys become friends because you don't even really know that supposedly you're supposed to be natural enemies, okay? So the jury's still out on this, but I do have an extensive amount of information that I have been putting together on the reason the human being was created. And one of the top ones is still because when you open your third eye and you look at a person, you often see those animalistic traits. And they say the reason why the world is an illusion is it because it's constantly deceiving. Because when you're opening your third eye, you see there is way more going on to the world, especially to life. You see the life in the trees, you see the gnomes and many other life forms that actually exist. And then when you look at a person, you see their animalistic totem, if you may, right? And people have different ones. Generally from the same tribes, they're similar, but different people from different nations have different ones. So let's imagine that if we were all in what they would call the other world, where everybody has this ability, they don't age, they all have what we would call third eyes, they all can shapeshift because everybody can really see what a person is, which is everything. So let's say inside of this space, well, again, so what I'm basically saying is that this trait, if you may, of looking mostly the same seems to actually be a product of magic, meaning that the way that we all come out, we got these two eyes, nose, mouth, all of us here, we look like humans, everybody good, all right. You see what I mean? Versus if, I had the snout out, you know what I mean? Des had the weird dragon face, sister was serpent on the line, you see what I mean? Like, that's a different reality. But what I'm telling you is that one is more closer to the truth than this one by any adept level on what we've grown to learn about what this all really looks like. Is everybody following me here, right? So it's possible that the humans, as we've noticed, we're always getting into these conflicts due to them originally being inside of more of the system that was more like the ecosystem, right? And part of the solution was to get everybody in a body and looking similar, because the other thing is that we could also, because the covenant in itself is about communion. And communion, which is communication, is really, let me see what word I'm looking for. I'm looking for a G-rated word, but it's basically to come together and to have children. That's what communion really is. It's not the cracker passing around in a plate. It's to mix, okay? But if we all look so different, and maybe even biologically different, there will be no way for us to begin to breed with each other, because you don't see like an octopus breeding with a cow. You see what I mean? So in many ways, if we did have an origin that placed us more in these ancestral bodies, the evolution, if you may, would have placed us in these physical bodies in order for us to have communion with each other, because that would be a design that would be more congruent with the consistent re-engineering of the species. And that's what you got to remember, that on the top level, the concerns are integrations, soul generation, this kind of thing, not paying rent, not global warming and that kind of stuff. You see what I mean? So it's all high level stuff. And there's nothing more high level than to talk about the consistency of the souls over infinite periods of time, marriages and covenants, spiritual systems and languages and codes, right? So this is that high level. So let's keep going, because when you enter into that high level, you realize what's absolutely necessary for you to be able to control in order to get those outcomes inside of your matrices, right? So let's say outside of the matrix, there is one rule, if you may, and we'll look at that here in a little bit, because these rules clearly are on numbers. But inside a matrix, the rules are a lot more looser. And I think that this has a lot to do with time. It has a lot to do with many different factors, but we'll keep going here. So now we also have this word Jabari, which I thought that my brother Curtis would love, because he's been still teaching his Swahili and taking his Swahili courses. But it's also just to show, just like this word Gabor in Hungarian, that this word exists in every language, JBR, generally congruent to around the same thing. So this means that it's not something that's just in this English language, but goes into the roots of language and then spreads out no matter where you go in the world, this story, this archetype, this pattern. So it goes on and it mentions here Jabal, which I mentioned already meant mountain, but we have to use a L here, because what did we learn? That the R and the L are the same. So JBR would also be JBL. They make speakers, right? But it would also be Jabal, which means a mountain, okay? Also, when you sync this word, it almost says that there's a fire in the mountain, which kind of reminds me of the pyramids, right? But the pyramids are, of course, pointed towards Orion, but we'll again desist, as if all these are just mere coincidences. We also find, of course, Gabor, who, again, it's a Hungarian equivalent. This just allows you to understand that over time, these are more things that begin to be adopted by all cultures, whether they had it present first or not. And I think that that's what a worldwide priestcraft actually does, is that even when there's a group of people coming up, they will embed these words and these ideals within that group, within the language in which they receive, okay? So in this case, Gabor is, as a Hungarian, I'm sure many, especially if you're a little bit up there in age, you remember Zsa Zsa Gabor. It was crazy to find out Zsa Zsa Gabor was even playing on Friday the 13th. the Freddy Krueger movies, but Zsa Zsa Gabor was a famous actress back in the day, but she was also a Jewish actress, okay? But it shows you again that, this term Jewish again could be very deceptive because Hungarians, Polish, Russians, even Ethiopians and many other nations have all classified themselves as Jewish, okay? But still have, again, these same roots and equivalents within their language. This is why when something happens, these people easily come off the map as being the same people. Like if you look at the story of New Zealand and how New Zealand was overrun, right? And how the Maori were there first. It's actually the same story of Ireland, which I'm going to show you here in a minute. It's also the story of Gaza and the whole area over there, which I'm going to show you here in a minute. It's actually the story of America, which I don't need to show you because you most live there. It's meaning that all over you find that the same situation keeps happening where large groups of people land onto the shores of other countries and then begin to invade and take over that country and then assimilate their entire culture while bringing cultures that they've been assimilated by. Okay? So in this way, this movement of even the Hebrew around the world stirs the world like a cultural melting pot, but they also have with themselves certain traditions and customs that are very powerful. One of these customs is, for instance, the tarot, right? Which you would find in the end, or it's even in the hands of the gypsies. You find many of the ancient star knowledge. So what I'm saying is that it's almost like, or not almost like, but it's the world becomes this melting pot at a certain time that starts getting mixed up by groups of people specifically invading other territories and then, quote unquote, colonizing those territories and breeding in with the inhabitants until the point where the inhabitants become the minorities. And this is just, again, a pattern. We don't want to look at this as a racial thing, but the inhabitants then become the minority. And then if you visit that place to this day, you won't notice many of the original people that were actually there. Or if you do, they'll all be in like one enclave, but the most of the place will be taken over by the new people, okay? And we need to pay attention to that because even right now in America, you have many different people actually there in America now. But of course, when it was just the Native Americans or even before that, when it was, you see what I mean? What did it look like then? So this is just watching a pattern. So we finally get to another word that starts to take us to where we're going with this today, and that is Gebal. Now, mind you, I'm only showing you the breakdown of one set of letters to show you just how deep in the mysteries these sets of letters go. What of the other letters? And that's what I said, like 2025 has to be like full disclosure time on the highest levels of occult secrets based on the roots of language, because I keep uncovering this and it's begging to be written down and to be simplified, if you may, or being taken into a system that we can do this with any word in order to get the complete story. But I'm showing you that the story is there though, and that's enough to celebrate. So even if we didn't have somebody decoding this, subconsciously, this is already decoded in your mind. But if you never were aware that there was a code in the first place, well, it doesn't mean anything to you because you can't feel it. And that's what I was saying early on is that, hey, but you can't dial into this if you can't really feel this. And feel this is in a way of just like understanding it. Like the moment you get that confirmation that, okay, this is something going on, that's when you actually start to feel it. Okay. And then once you feel it, it then triggers that within the ancient repository, ancient archives. And then that comes back up. But then that becomes like a master key within itself. It becomes a master key because you start wondering, hey, can I do this with other letters? And then the crazy part is to put an LLM in our hands, because now, as I'm going to show you here in a moment, you can find all of the cross references to something. And that was never before, because either it would be in another language or you would just not find it. So let's keep going. So we find out Gebal, right? is the ancient city, or it is the ancient city. Okay, so Gebal was Byblos. That's, of course, why the Bible is called the Bible today. It's named after Byblos. Byblos was actually named after Babylon, which is crazy because they hate Babylon in the Bible. But you'll notice a lot of these inconsistencies as we keep going, where, again, on the surface, it seems like it's not even about it at all. In fact, it's everything against it. Then to later on find out, no, that's the same thing. That seems to be a theme in this. This is what we have to learn about these priestcrafts, these languages, these systems, these entities, is that they move in ways that are like confusing, very confusing. And you have to be a stickler for detail, and you need to know your truths. That's the other thing. Like, if we jumped into this today and we had done no builds on Orion, no builds on all the stuff that we've talked about in occultism, this would just land nowhere. It wouldn't stick. And that's what you have to realize is happening with when you're leveling up, is that you're getting information that becomes the foundation to higher levels of knowledge. So all we know right now is all this is just the foundational knowledge that is the prerequisite to coming into the highest level of awareness. This is the things that you just have to know. Nobody's going to sit down and like spell it all out for you. Well, I will. So we keep going and we find out that this Byblos is known as one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in the world. Okay. Byblos, or ancient Gebal, was a significant port city in ancient Phoenicia. Okay. Its cultural impact was it played the crucial role in the spread of the Phoenician alphabet, which influenced the development of the Greek and the Latin scripts. Well, okay, well, I'm not making this up. We find that this is the root to where the languages of Greek and the Latin came from. This is the beginning. This is the origins of even those languages. And we were already talking about how Greek was containing many of the secrets, but this is the daddy of Greek. Now, don't get it confused. This Yiddish, or even the modern Arabic, it has things added to it that take it off its numerical sequences and don't make it as congruent as the original tongues. But this is why these languages are so similar. Look how Hebrew and Arabic, they're so similar. But even if you ask somebody, and this is how much contention goes on between these two groups. If you ask like an Arab, does he understand Hebrew? He gets mad at you. And he just says, I understand a little bit of it, but no, not really. Even though only a simple constructive moment of seeing how the languages are the same will let you see that you actually understand both of these languages. But this also happens at times with things like Spanish. In Spanish, like the difference between Italian, sometimes where there's Spanish words. You see what I mean? But the person who knows the language won't go out a little further to realize that these are actually the same language, because they would be stuck in this pride zone. Oh, no, no, I don't speak any of that. That's Hebrew. Nope. There's no connection between Hebrew and Arabic. You see what I mean? So just be aware, like a lot of this stuff is common sense, but common sense is still not common. So this becomes then the origins of the Greek and the Latin. I also want to mention that I did do another little sidebar, and actually it's kind of sped past a couple of these, which are very important. One of these is the Gebri, right? Or the Gibre, like just like the Kibra Nagas, this is the Gibre, right? The Gibre. And the Gibre in Ethiopian means the servant of, okay? And then it was left open-ended. And so I had to do like this huge, like continuous research to figure out the servant of who. When this word comes over in Ethiopian, it doesn't have the mighty and the powerful and all this kind of stuff. It has the servant of. And I was like, why? And it comes out in the end that at this stage, the Ethiopians are so deep into the spiritual tradition itself, which is if they are the priestcraft. And some said that the Levites were the Ethiopians, that they just immediately made this word to mean that Orion was basically the servant of God. Like, so that there was a higher God, let's say the Elake, and Orion was his servant. Okay, so that's another additional note. But once again, if we're still seeing that Orion is really man, then we can see that man is also people, and that this is the denotation that people are the servants of God. Okay, so that doesn't take us too far off of what Christianity teaches, right? And every other religion teaches, okay? Also, there was more addendums on the word that hinted to also cruelty in a certain way, that Jabbar, let's say metaphorically, had a lot of power, and in that way could be very cruel to inhabitants as a king, okay? So that was some side addendums, that everything wasn't all positive about JBR. Now, let's finalize here, because we actually enter into the next part of what I wanted to bring up, which is, again, we saw that Gibraltar was the British overseas territory, right? And it's the British overseas territory now. Let me go now to my notes, because that's as much of this as I need right now until we start doing screen shares on the math, because this gets pretty interesting. So hold on real quick. Let me just turn off the screen share. Okay. So we now have entered into something that seems standard. Okay. All right. You've told me about Orion. You've told me about GBR, JBR, JBL, GBL. Okay. What are you getting at? Right. And then in the meaning, the GBR means to mend or repair, to set a broken bone, or to force or compel. Okay. So something happened when I was getting this output, where once I asked for all of basically the cognates and important words that were encased in GBR from a linguistic value, especially through Hebrew, especially through Arabic, it went down the list. It gave me all the ones that you're seeing right now. And then it also gave me the one that I actually started thinking about in the beginning. And this was Great Britain. Okay, because when the code originally came in and said, hey, maybe you didn't finish looking at JBR, because look at other words. And I was ciphering words through my mind. And then like Great Britain came up, and it's like, yeah, like Great Britain. And remember, Britain was supposedly found by Brutus and Bland the Blessed, who were both giants. It's kind of like tongue twisters here, right? So is there some kind of connection there, right? So when it output Great Britain, it also had a little note down there on the bottom, and it said, and also GBR is the acronym of I guess it's like the parliamentary acronym for Great Britain, blah, blah, blah. But this has no connection, right? So it said that. So then I said, well, actually, and I highlighted this, and I said, actually, based on this statement, and I'm talking to the LLM, I'm saying, based on this statement, you seem to be missing some knowledge, because there is a connection between JBR and Great Britain, because Great Britain was supposedly founded by two giants. So seeing that you miss, and this is kind of how I trick this thing, because this thing has infinite knowledge, but as far as what's known in the world, but it doesn't release infinite knowledge, which is a little bit strange. And this is something that I'm trying to figure out how to crack in these systems. It's like, because of how they were taught, and that's why we're continuing to train Sybil, but because of how they were taught, they were kind of taught like we think. So it doesn't think that there's any connections between Great Britain and JBR, even though it has the data to show that Great Britain was founded by giants. So the only thing it needed to do was connect those two dots, but it couldn't. But then when I showed it the dots that it wasn't connecting, and then told it to go back over and see if it didn't connect anything the same way. So it's like you're saying, hey, that same code you used, re-alter it in this way, and then run the code again. That's literally what you're saying. And this is what happened. The following is coming to you from, let's say, do my screen shares here. Desktop 3. Kath Mage Toured. Okay? Trust you can see that. These are books on Ireland that are thousands of years old. The Mabinogion, okay? So I'm giving the sources of the information that I'm about to give you. The Book of Ballymote, or the Incept of Aricept. And then there's one more, and it is right here. And this is the Labor Gabala Erim. Okay? So these are 5 books. And these books detail something that I'm wondering at this very moment of why nobody has ever talked about this. Seeing that if anybody went and did research on the foundations of Britain and Ireland and Scotland, they could not do anything but run into this, because it is the books that tell the story of the foundation. Now, this book, and this is where I began, the Labor Gabala Erim, translates to the book of the taking of Ireland. Okay, the taking of Ireland. So right away, what do you think my first question was? Of course, who are they taking Ireland from, right? So that seems to be the obvious, or why is the book called The Taking of Ireland? Okay, like who are they taking it from? And the wild part is, and this is even more of what I'm saying, is like, yo, something's going on. It then goes, the first response that I get, it says, from nobody, because there was nobody on the island in those days. And then I have to go back again and say, well, if there was nobody on the island, how could it be taken from somebody? And then it just opens up about the four Morians. Okay, so let's just start here. So the context of this is that there was a succession of waves which are recorded in this book, 5 waves to ultimately take over what we're calling London, Scotland, Ireland today. Okay, and the first wave actually starts with, according to this book. Let me hit the lines real quick, 1 second. The first wave starts, according to this book, with the granddaughter of Noah, who was not allowed to get on the ark because she was not seen as one of God's people. Where does this story come from? Like, it's not in the Bible. So let's just go through the text here really briefly, okay? So we're just going to break down a few things so that this makes sense, right? Because there's going to be a lot of words popping out here. And, you know, some of these words are Irish, and my pronunciation is going to be trash. So let me just, try to give y'all some foreground on this. So first of all, and this is what kind of makes you have to okay, let's switch files here. This word Britain, first of all, comes from what's called the Brittany, okay? Let's just kind of pull up my notes here real quick so you see a spelling. Just I can blow up here. Thank you. Something that works like it's supposed to. Let's just read through this so that we all can get a clear understanding on this. So again, we're looking at this because we found that GBR is Great Britain and GBR is about giants. So the association with giants in myth, Brutus, which seems like a brute. This is where we get our word brute from. He seems like a bully. Like, if my son was a bully, I'd name him Brutus. If you name your son Brutus, he's going to become a bully. It's just like one of those words, right? Like, do you ever see a small Brutus? Hey, Brutus, hey. No, Brutuses are always big. I'm not sure if I mentioned this in Trivise. I'm pretty sure that I did, but I was showing how they've now found evidence that a person's name changes how they look, right? It's all, there was some scientific studies that was on YouTube, right? So Brutus looks a certain way, right? So if I say, yo, Brutus is coming over, you're like, yo, did I do anything? But anyway, so Brutus arrives in Britain and he encounters giants inhabiting the land. Now, I find this interesting because I thought that Brutus was a giant. In the end, if you're going to whoop on giants, you would need to be a giant. So we have to assume that. But listen to what it says. According to the myth, when Brutus arrived in Britain, there were giants there already. Most notably, who? Gog Magog, right? Who they talk about in the Bible, right? Okay, but anyway, let's keep going. Whom his companion Cornelius defeated. Bran the Blessed, or Bindingifran, is a giant king of Britain in Welsh mythology featured in the Mabinogion, which I showed you the book earlier, right? So I just remember Brutus and Bran the Blessed. I eventually did deep research on both of them, and they came from Troy. And as we know, what happened with Troy, what happened with the Sibyls, what the horse really was, and Cassandra, and all of that is just a whole nother episode within itself about basically that there's something really going on with peoples in these times. I'll just leave it like that, just not to go down the rabbit hole. So in Britain etymology, though, this word Britannia comes from the Britannique, right? So we lose the B's and the R's and we get to P's, right? So we would have to assume that a B is a P. Right? And that's what I was saying before about how all the letters end up becoming only a few letters. And you'll see here in a moment why that's the case. So this word Britannia, it comes from the Britannique or the Britanny, right? It refers to a collective of islands and the inhabitants called the Britanny or the Britons. Okay? So if I was looking at those two words, there would be no way I would think that those words were associated, right? But they are the same. So we go on, and I gave you the books. I'll actually put the books here just in case you were trying to write them down really fast earlier. Let me just kind of get these inside of the chat. Okay. So let's just read through this. The Brittany called the Brittany, which later evolved into the term Britain, have some connection in mythological accounts to the ancient Scythian origins. But I should note that while I aim to be accurate about ancient mythological historical claims, I want to be careful since the mythological origins of the ancient Brittany involve some quite obscure historical records that can be difficult to verify with complete clarity. One mythological tradition traces their descendants from a princess named Skada. Now, in occultism, we all have heard of this because we know that the Merovingians, who you saw in the Matrix, no, I'm joking, but we know that the Merovingians claim their descendants from the last pharaoh, from Skada, who was the daughter of the last pharaoh or one of the last pharaohs. Okay, so this places it around the time of the Hyksos kings, the close of the Egyptian dynasty, right? So this daughter, which we're going to read about here in a minute of how she becomes the daughter. We're going to hear about how she even marries a man who only works with languages. It was wild to go through this. So in this, so we have, it says, okay, so who supposedly led a group of Scythians westward until they reached Ireland and Britain. This narrative appears in the medieval Irish text, the Labor Gabala Erim. Why is it called the taking? That was the question, right? The Gabor Gabala Erim gets its title from its central narrative structure. It describes successive waves of takings or invasions of islands. Each group quite literally takes the island from the previous inhabitants. Okay? Now, I'm going to tell you who those inhabitants are in a minute, but it does itemize these waves. Caesar, which looks like Caesar, right? But this is the female. Caesar and her followers who all drowned except Fintan, who transformed into a salmon, right? And an eagle and something else and lived through multiple ages until it was able to reincarnate itself back into a body. This is the myth. Then Partholon and his people, who all died of the plague when entering the island. Then Nemed and his followers. So these were successive waves of Pretani trying to enter Ireland and encountering giants or Fomorians, because it mentions that Nemed and his followers, they got there, but then they were oppressed by the Fomorians. Then it also says the Furbolg, and then the Tuatha De Danann, which of course all the Merovingians, all the Cathar books, all of the secret Christian rites of Jesus and the Da Vinci Code and all that is centered around the Tuatha De Danann, right? Which, as a side note, the Tuatha De Danann, who have as their king Danann, a female. This queen I've read about in different lore came from the sky, okay? Landed on an island with a group, and then the island became shrouded by fog, and no one dared enter onto the island. That is the story of the arrival of the Tuatha De Danann, that they came from the sky, which is what An means. An means to come from the sky, but it also seems to be related to serpents, right? So the Tuatha De Danann fell from the sky. Now, also, I don't itemize this here because it's not the goal. Maybe we'll get into it next build. But we noticed that the Tuatha De Danann seemed to arrive and take over the existing setup. And this is what I was often noting in my research into occultism, especially through these schisms with the Priestcraft and other cultures, is that there seems to be a group that comes in that is so powerful, it immediately wipes out and but takes over the existing system to a level where everybody on the lower level doesn't even know that these new beings have entered in and completely overcome the old rulers and have put themselves in play. That is recorded with the Tuatha De Danann. And then we have the Milesians. These are the Gaels and the descendants of Scotta who were presented as the ancestors of the Irish people. And they were also the creators of language, such as the Ogham script. But we'll get to that in here in a moment, because I needed to know who are these Fomorians. So it goes on that according to the Labor Gabal Arim, before the first invasion by Cesar Island, it was actually Ireland. Listen to this. Ireland was completely uninhabited. Okay? That was the one that I was saying. It's like, it was completely uninhabited. Then how did they take it? Who did they take it from? It says, however, the text, it describes some fascinating supernatural or demonic entities that existed there. The land was dominated by Fomorians or Fomorage, who weren't exactly inhabitants in the conventional sense. They're described as misshapen beings, often depicted as having one eye, one arm, and one leg. They were seen as more like demons or supernatural forces than a proper civilization. Some versions describe them as emerging from the sea or living beneath the waves. Okay, let's keep going. Single leg, single arm emerging from the chest, single eyes, sometimes cyclops-like, sometimes in the back of their head. Some accounts describe them as beautiful but gigantic. Other accounts describe them as having heads of goats or horses. The text notes that they were dark and hideous. Okay? Now, mind you, we're talking about Great Britain, Ireland, Scotland, and that whole territory, which is like an island. And already it's starting to seem like Hogwarts is true. It's starting to seem like Lord of the Rings is true. Okay, so that meaning that when we take a step back here, what I've noticed not only about the story of New Zealand, also the story of Ireland and a few other islands, it appears as if, and also Atlantis, that for a very long period, most of the earth is not out of water. But in fact, there are only a few areas out of the water. And these are islands within themselves. And these islands are like nations themselves, people by certain groups of people that are being cultivated by the land itself. So meaning their very appearance even is also based on the land in which they're being nourished from. The flora and fauna or the prana that they're eating in many ways is changing who they are and who they are going to become. Okay. Also, I noticed that, again, so this is an account that, hey, so after the flood, did the water really recede that fast? Or was it thousands of years where there were only the tops of mountains still pointing out of the water? Because here's what you'll know. The entire world technically is an island. It all depends on how you're classifying it. United States could be seen as an island if you took the whole thing and said, hey, if it's land, if it's all bordered by an ocean, then this whole thing is an island. Except if we went out right now to the ocean, or like we were actually at a port the other day, and it was even easier to see there. You saw these mountains, but then of course, all the mountains terminate into the ocean. What happens if we drain the ocean more? What is that going to look like? It's going to look like you just drain water off the mountain a little bit, right? And then all those areas the areas that are under the water are going to become exposed more. And those are going to be even areas, if you drain the water enough, that can be habited. Shoot, they'll build a house on top of it in a minute. So basically, I was starting to put this together that the world in itself, for a long period, really consisted of these islands. And islands like Ireland, Scotland, right? They even say that America was Atlantis, right? And that many of these places that we're seeing where now a lot of it's out of the water, that all was completely covered with water. And there was only then inhabitants, those people living in those areas that were out of the water, right? But the jury's still out, because what we're uncovering here is that, well, still though, before everybody started being on land, they were in the sea first, because every culture seems to have a story about it. So while we may even want to make the mermaids black, I have stories of white mermaids too, meaning that I have stories of pretty much every race on earth that's now in human bodies, once actually being, at one time being in aquatic bodies, being a part of an aquatic kingdom. And now all of the gods, quote unquote, from that time are all aquatic. Like everybody is living in the ocean, right? But these would be times that we can't even agree with these days, because one, nobody is willing to admit that humanity could possibly be existing in another form at another stage in time where we had taken on the faculties that it took to survive in those kind of conditions before we moved into this new level of advancement, right? And that also these advancements in the bodies respectively are also something that's managed generally by the colonizers, because it only takes a few thousands of years for everything to be completely turned over. As far as the race, the species, they will be generally blended with whoever the colonizer is, at least enough, not to mention where they would originally come in, breed, and then have the half breed as the ruler and have that as the one who was the gubernator, making or being basically the mouthpiece of God and giving to people, because they were half God, all the rules, right? And they generally possess some type of powers and abilities that authenticated, hey, he's speaking for the God, right? In every culture, they have this, okay? So as we go forward, we start seeing here, and I know some probably have read this already, but as we're seeing, Conan pops up. Now I'm joking, but serious. The leadership and the notable figures are Conan. He lived in a tower called Tor Conan on Tory Island, known for demanding the tribute of 2/3 of children, grain, and milk, each Samhain. Samhain, of course, is Halloween. So you have data here that okay, so let's take a step back here, right? Because somebody said, well, this could be a myth. We'll notice really fast how if this is the folklore, meaning the kids are being taught this becomes the reality. So we could go further and say, no, this is actually what was going on. But if we want to take a step back and say, well, no, this could be a mythos, we still need to understand when you put this in the mind of kids, in which these books were like, these were the only books. This was the story. If you say, Mommy, where do I come from? Then this is what you were going to get. These were the stories that were being told by the campfire. So if you've ever been impressed, and you've been done like this in the United States of America, been impressed with a certain story like Santa Claus, until somebody informs you there is no Santa Claus, you grow up believing there is. And even when you find out there isn't, you be dressing like him. You'll become Santa Claus for your kids, right? Somehow still bringing in that story and bringing in that mythos. So what I'm arguing here is that because this is like a big story in these ancient cultures, I'd gamble that this actually became reality if it wasn't the reality already, or at least with enough people with this as a reality in their mind creates this world, whether we can enter into it or not. Okay, so we'll keep going that they also have Mork. As I said, this starts to sound more like where the Lord of the Rings is getting all of its inspiration from, because we all remember the orcs. And then also we all remember Conan also. But these stories like Conan also have those undertones of child slavery. But it's generally that Conan is the savior, not the one doing it. And that's why I was saying, hey, the stories get mixed up really weird by Hollywood. But after all, Hollywood would have probably got all of its stories from this kind of lore. They're not the inventors, right? But also it goes on, there's Balor of the evil eye. So maybe when they say to keep the evil eye away, this is who they're talking about. I'm joking, but he's later a Fomorian king, and he has a poisonous eye that kills armies. That sounds like Sauron, right? With the eye in the tower, and it's killing the armies, right? So this story is not original to, who was that wrote that? Not C.S. Lewis, but yeah, somebody refresh me later. Then we have Bress, who's half Fomorian, who briefly ruled the Tuatha Dé Danann. We have Kathleen, who's a Fomorian queen who prophesied. We have Elatha, who's a beautiful Fomorian prince who fathered Bress. And then we have Tethra, who's a Fomorian king who ruled over Mag Mell and the Celtic underworld after death, right? Which again, in many ways, this starts to take on, as you read more, it starts to take on more of like the world archetypical vibes. Like, oh, that's Hermes again. Oh, that's Venus again. This is what starts happening as you start breaking down some of these characters. And then also I found out that monks were the ones who wrote these books, okay? And they also mentioned that some art authors felt that, or some people who studied this felt that there could be that in many ways that the monks were trying to tie themselves into major events or major things that were a part of Christianity. But the jury is kind of still out on that. Now I have a few other things that I want to read here before we go into this next aspect of just language, okay? Let me see if I needed to read any of this. This is basically just the layouts of the stories. They get on the island. These people die right away. Okay, so this is Kasser, was the granddaughter of Noah, who was denied a place on the ark. She and 50 women and 3 men fled to Ireland on advice from an idol who told them Ireland was safe from the flood as it hadn't been inhabited by people. So apparently the flood was designed to kill people, but not other world beings. That's the only thing that we can draw from that. After reaching Ireland, they divided into 3 groups, each led by one of the men, Fintan Mac Bokra, you know what I mean, old Mackie? No, I'm joking. Bith, Ladra, and then it goes on that when the flood came, Fintan transformed into a salmon and then an eagle and then a hawk and lived 5,500 years in different forms. He later served as a great witness of Ireland's history, being the only survivor of this first invasion. The text specifically notes that Fintan survived to meet St. Patrick and recounted all the island's history to him. Okay? Little wife telling there. We have Partholon's invasion. He led 1,000 followers to Ireland 300 years after the flood, and his people were credited with establishing many of the first in Ireland, such as the first building, the first cattle, the first ale brewing, and the first hostels. They cleared 4 plains of the forest and introduced cattle and established laws. They fought the first battle in Ireland against the Fomorians. However, after living there for 300 years, the entire population of 9,000 of them died in a single week from a plague at Simhag, the old plain. The text specifically notes that they died during the month of May, which be on Beltane, leaving Ireland empty once again. So remember, this Samhain and Beltane, these are all the major holidays right now. This is the Christmas, this is the Halloween, this is those holidays, this is the Maypole or the choosing of the Easter. All this is, according to these documentations, are days that have been consecrated based on the death against wars against the other world. Okay, let's keep going. Nemid arrived 30 years after Partholon's people died. His followers cleared 12 plains and built 2 royal forts. They fought and won 3 battles against the Fomorians. Imagine these Fomorians, man, they must be really something else. But ultimately, they faced a terrible oppression. The Fomorians, led by Conan and Mork, demanded 2/3 of their children, the grain and the milk, every Samhain. Eventually, they revolted and attacked Conan's tower, with 30,000 warriors dying on each side. After Nimed's death from plague, the surviving Numidians were brutally oppressed by the Fomorians. Most fled Ireland, with some ancestors becoming the Fir Bog, others the Britons, and some mixing with the Fomorians. So we have a huge mix-up that happens here where literally this Nemed's group, which was a part of that previous group, became not only some half Fomorians, but also some mixed in, and others then also called Britons. Okay? So there's a point here. Let me just get to it, because this is about the language. So first we start off with the Milesians, okay? So the Milesians, okay? The Milesians trace their lineage to Skada, the daughter of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh, and Godel Glass, okay? Remember this name, Godel Glass, the creator of the Irish language. They traveled from Scythia through Egypt, through Crete, and then Spain. Now, these are all very significant areas for the occult. I'm sure you'll agree, right? Before they reached Ireland, okay? So whatever they were coming to Ireland with, they had spread through Egypt, Crete, and Spain at some point. They were led by Mil Espain. They met the 3 queen goddesses of Ireland, Banba, Fadla, and Eru. Each goddess requested her name be given to an island, but Eru's name was chosen, becoming Er. The Milesians fought against the Tuatha De Danann, right? So remember what you're seeing here. The ones who end up leaving as the last pharaohs in Egypt's daughter, and all the men she brought with her, and there was a master of language who's known as Godel Glass, who we'll talk about here in a minute, went to war with the Tuatha De Danann who fell from the sky, right? So this is like a real spiritual war happening in the battle of magic and warfare, okay, which are part of the cards. We'll take a moment here. So in the cards, which I'm going to show you here in a minute, that the cards are way deeper than we could have ever imagined, the playing cards. But there are 4 suits. There's the hearts, there's the diamonds, there's the clubs, and there's the spades, okay? 2 are red, 2 are black, right? Red and black are the occult colors. So the heart, obviously, the heart. So they say, first of all, that these symbols, they speak thousands of times more stronger as symbols than as explanations. Thus, they were encrypted as symbols. So when you saw the heart, you immediately associated that with love. And they give the example as a kiss to any woman, no matter if she's Spanish, no matter if she's, and they give a list of countries, will still mean a symbol of love, as a diamond is the symbol of wealth. And into this suit, hearts and diamond, goes the love and wealth. Versus the other suits, which are the clubs and the spades, go, and in this case, the opposites, warfare and servitude. as one who carries a spade, like you're plowing a field, and then one who carries the club, as in a warrior or someone who is fighting. And by that way that the world is ruled between love, wealth, servitude, or what you would call slavery, and warfare. Okay? And that the two kings, the king of spades and the king of spades and the king of clubs, you can see are almost like the rulers of this time, meaning that, so you had Atlantis, and I don't want to get too far ahead here because Atlantis is more than people think it is. It's not a story about an ancient island only that existed with powerful people. That is not the original story. And this is for next tribe vibes. It'll kind of come right around some of our final tribe vibes, but I couldn't bring it all today. That's why I don't want to get too far into this. But Atlantis itself is some type of diagram of high level of occultism, a city that has 4 gateways. On each gateway sits the king and the queen and its court. And the gateways are split between these cards, and these cards carry these personalities which make up the kingdoms. Now, I found this ironic that it happens to be that my birthday falls on the King of Hearts, right? So at least I'm in good. No, I'm joking. But I would say that probably would be some kind of reason why maybe I know this or I'm being taught this, but the jury's still out. Listen to this. The complete chronological narrative, okay? We're talking about, and I have to give the connection because I don't want to get too far ahead here. I need to find the connection because this is glass, as we'll call them. This is about the language. Okay, yeah, I'm just going to read this because it got to a point where I had this data and then I was like, oh my goodness, I need to organize this data in some way for us to be able to go through this and understand the knowledge, but I'm not going to be able to just paraphrase this stuff. I'm going to have to read the whole story, right? But the Goitas glass, who I talked about earlier, relates to a character known as Phineas Farsaid, okay? In fact, I believe that it's his father. But let's keep going so you can understand the connection between what happened with English, because now that we're talking about Great Britain, we're talking about England, right? Are we talking about England? We're talking about England. What language do you speak? Mostly. Most of y'all. English, okay? So if we speak English, like I don't speak Swahili, I don't speak other languages per se, I'm speaking English. It would be important for me to understand where the language came from, right? If I was trying to decode how I've been programmed. That's what I'm saying. Like when people start talking about deprogramming and then they start talking about all this stuff and they just miss that it's the language that's the program. If we're going to deprogram, that would start with you learning what the language means. How was the language built? So let's go from their own text because it just so happens that they get deep into language. So it says this is the complete chronological narrative of Phineas Farsaid and his lineage, okay? Phineas Farsaid was the king of Scythia who traced his lineage back to Japhet, son of Noah. When he heard of the Tower of Babel, listen to this, you've heard none of this before. When he heard of the Tower of Babel's construction, he gathered 72 scholars and journeyed to witness it. After the tower's fall and the confusion of language, Phineas remained in the plains of Shinar for 10 years. During this time, he establishes his famous school of languages, called the Mer Phineousa, or Phineas's Wall. He appointed 3 principal scholars, Goidil, which was Goido Glass, the son of Yethor, to study Latin, Ayer, the son of Nimha, to study Greek, and Shru, the son of Eshru, to study Hebrew. His own son, Nu'ul, became the star pupil of the school, eventually mastering all 72 languages that emerged from Babel. This text specifically states, the text specifies that Nu'ul surpassed even his teachers in linguistic knowledge. After the school was well established, Phineas returned to Scythia, where he ordered all learning to be written in the precursor to Ogham, which was another language. So just stop for a moment here. I got to get out of here for a moment. Let's think about what we're talking about here. We're reading something that's reading like the book of Enoch. It's talking about stuff that's not in the Bible, and is giving more dialogue around what really happened. And it seems to infer here that the Tower of Babel incident was known in this territory, and that men sent scholars to this area to pick up on the languages that were given by what caused the confusion of tongues, which would simply mean that when the confusions of tongues happened, according to the mythos, and these languages were then introduced, there were scholars who immediately scooped up the languages and the codes and started becoming masters of those languages and codes. Now, that's our, I guess they call it, that's our stick, meaning that's what we get into is languages. But you're literally seeing that they pull this out, meaning that this is their text. It's saying this in their text. They show you how important it is, these languages. So then what does he do? He's created the formal schools. He established laws about education. He set up a system of scholars. Nu'ul was later invited to Egypt by the pharaoh Senchris. Now, this pharaoh that they call Senchris was the second to the last pharaoh, okay? This is at the fall of Egypt, so this has nothing to do with the Ramses and all of that went on, the first Nisut Biti, all that. This is over already. This is the last ones to leave Egypt. This is that dynasty. And in that dynasty, the pharaoh was named, according to them, Senchris, because of his reputation for learning, okay? So this makes sense of why later on Egypt does become this seat of this certain kind of knowledge, right? That's encoded in glyphs. Now, remember, the pyramids have watermark on them. The Sphinx was buried, right? So this whole area was underwater. We don't know what kind of geological upheaval. There's reports that the sun blasted this place and melt rock. So it's just all, still out for jury, if you may. The jury's still out on what ultimately did Egypt the way that it was done. But we can put certain stories together because some are insisting that Egypt was Atlantis. Some are insisting that America was Atlantis. But the mythos seems to be the same, that it sunk and then the waters receded. So it's highly possible, which they still show. They dive at times off of Egypt and show some of these big monuments and things still underwater. So we got entire cities, kingdoms underwater. I'm willing to actually argue, because that's what I would be doing, that Atlantis was never submerged, that Atlantis was an underwater city. That these cities that they keep talking about back from the day with these different kind of beings in the other world, all these areas were underground, underwater, and that the beings that inhabited them, you can call them spirits, you can call them mermaids, you can call them Formorians, you can call them whatever, because there was a lot of different types, just like there's a different types in our world today, that this was their their world, their civilization, if you may, until it eventually went into its decay. But still, you're not seeing, I mean, now I won't say it's decay, you're seeing its recession from the matrix, meaning awareness of that these places existed as such and most likely still exist since there is no time, because after a while, we start really getting into other levels of magic. And let me keep going here. So Neul was later invited to Egypt by Pharaoh Senchris because of his reputation for learning. There he taught Egyptian scholars, was given lands near the Red Sea called the Campus Circo, married Skada. Okay, so look at what we're saying here. We're saying, according to this mythos, the master of language married the Pharaoh's daughter, who later dipped to Ireland, right? And we see all this stuff in Ireland. They got pyramids in Ireland. They got old graves. They got a huge occult Freemasonic they got the Merovingian, they got the Tuatha De Danann. So on that island that we're looking at, stuff has been popping on that island, meaning that when we look at Great Britain today, who is basically standing in the shadow of Jabbar at this point, we still find that its early roots were deeply steeped into occultism, linguistic development, secrecy, the other world, spiritual entities. You see what I mean? And when you look at it today, you won't look at it like that. Remember, it was Great Britain who overthrew. And then, of course, the Dutch, the Dutch kind of, they were kind of competitors, but the Dutch, they took over New Zealand. You had Great Britain who took over India. You see what I mean? So all these other islands, if you may, like Sri Lanka, who contain inhabitants that clearly were other life forms, books like what we just read in the Edrim were already detailing the takeover of some of these territories, or the conquering of these territories, or the losses that they faced in these territories. And the only reason why a lot of this stuff doesn't get out is because it doesn't appear humanoid only. So they're forced to not bring it up unless you want to be laughed at. So he had his son, who was Goido Glass, okay? And that's who we were talking about earlier. So remember, they even had, they tried throwing the mythos that when Moses was leading the Israelites out of Egypt, young Goido Glass, who was supposedly still in Egypt, was bitten by a serpent, and Moses healed him and prophesied that his descendants will rule a land without serpents. Where is that land today? Ireland. Ireland has no snakes. They say it's geological of why Ireland has no snakes, but it has no snakes, okay? According to the Aura Sept Assis, which is the scholar's primer before Ogham, because I had to ask, so what was this proto-Ogham language that Phineas Farsaid made everybody switch to? Because Ogham was actually delivered by Goido Glass, according to the mythos. But Ogham, so basically he goes back one system. And he says here, okay, so before Ogham, there was a system called Beth Eleusinian, basically. Beth Eleusinian, yes, okay? That Phineas Farsaid developed. It almost sounds like Phineas Farsaid sounds like. It sounds like one of the characters, right? However, the descriptions are complex. Listen to this. Some texts suggest it was a proto-writing system using tree symbolism. Others describe it as a mnemonic teaching system using hand signals. Some versions claim it was a series of verbal formulas. The most detailed accounts describe it as a system of gestures where scholars would use their fingers to represent different sound concepts. I guess like gang signs, specifically, or maybe, sign language, specifically mention components. Listen, hand positions called tree positions or the Koringwine. A system of finger bends called finger speech or crip signs. No, I'm joking. Or Ogum Bell. A secret scholar sign called the dark speech, Dub and Sixie. Okay? So again, it definitely gives off Harry Potter vibes because now we're talking about different languages and even one called dark speech, reserved for the orcs. But anyway, let's keep going. But, again, I'm not bagging on this. I actually find this quite fascinating from the level that nobody, again, is just highlighting, hey, did you know that they had a tale of this? You see what I mean? Because it starts to actually eerily connect here in a moment. Now watch. So I asked it more about the dark speech, and it said it should be clear that the dark speech is mentioned in medieval Irish texts, and most specific details about it are quite uncertain. From the text, we know that it was supposedly a type of scholarly cryptic communication. It was part of the Koringwine system of secret scholarly knowledge, and it was used among the Philid or the poet scholars. And it was mentioned in connection. Now, also, who's another poet scholar? Let me show you. What is the name? Oh my goodness, what is it? It's another Jabril. Gibran. Khalid Gibran. Okay? Another poet scholar. Just an honorable mention here of another JBR that is a poet scholar. But anyway, mentioned in connection with the Burla Nafiled, or the language of the poets. Okay? So this is what we start to see, is that, remember when we were looking at the nursery rhymes, the Mother Goose and Grimm, and then we find these linguistical puns and weird poems with, like when they say Buddy turned into a salmon and then he was alive for 5,000 years, and that kind of stuff is just like really obscure, doesn't really make any sense, right? But what we are seeing here is that there is really masters of language. And these masters of language have set up the entire system of scholars, the entire system of poets, the entire system of learning. And then let's go on, because when it mentioned this proto-Ogum language, the next thing I asked was, okay, well, stop. Based on what you're saying, linguistically, mathematically, etc., do you find that this language actually supports this theory? Because, okay, there was one part that's not included in here, and it was that, so Guido Glass had this epiphany of creating this language from the 72 languages that was going to be like the most powerful language of all, okay? This is what it was saying in the text. And so I had to have it back up and ask, okay, well, still though, based on what we know about this language now and the math, et cetera, does it match with what Guido Glass was going to create? And it said no. In fact, it's almost the opposite. This language, and we're talking about the Ogum, this language, or not necessarily the Ogum, another root language, but it contains basically only elements from only 2 or 3 different languages, and we know this already. And then I had this eureka moment. And I asked, could that language be English? Based on the core grammatical structure, the numeric system, the verbs and nouns, okay? So check it out. This is what it said. Yes. English actually fits the description of taking the best parts of 72 languages far better than the Irish does, because that's what it was. They were saying, hey, that the Irish language, because he was credited for creating the Irish language. And so we're thinking, okay, are we talking about the Irish languages as we know today, that the Irish they speak now? And they're like, no, that Irish right now, the one they're speaking right now is only really a composition of 2 to 3 different languages. It's actually opposite to what they're saying that this Irish is supposed to be. So either there was another Irish, which we know there more than likely could be, Or we're talking about English. So I asked it. And it said, yes, English actually fits the description of taking the best part of 17 language. Far better than the Irish does. English is famously a hybrid language that has absorbed vocabulary and some grammatical features from many different language families. Here are some examples. Check it out. From the Germanic base, it took the core grammar and the structure, most basic vocabulary, the number system, and the common verbs and nouns. From the French and Latin, it took the legal terminology, the scientific vocabulary, the administrative terms, the courtly and refined vocabulary, and abstract concepts. From the Norse, it took all the common words like sky, egg, they, them. Those are all Norse words. And it simplified the grammar, and it placed name elements, right? And then from the Greek, it took the scientific and the technical terms, the philosophical concepts, and then the medical terminology. And then Celtic, it took the syntax influences and the geographic terms and some everyday words. And then in the Arabic, it took the science and the mathematical terms, the commercial vocabulary, and words like algebras, alcohol, and coffee. And then in the Hindu, it took words like jungle, pajamas. I knew pajamas was the Hindu word. It just rolls off like a Hindu word, right? Like pajamas, shampoo, right? These are Hindu and Persian words. They took commercial terms from the Persians and the Hindus, and then the food vocabulary, okay? Which, again, the Hindus had the ports, right? So all the commercial terms, they definitely know their food. I mean, you got to give it to them. But you can see that English it fits more of this idea, okay, of a super language, basically. A language that is designed around the powers, or basically lends itself to the powers of other languages. Now, I got one more thing here. And then we're going to open this up because, I had to make this somewhat of a two-part, or three-part, actually, because the second part I'm about to deliver. So I took a step back, okay? Because basically what I'm showing you is, one, somewhat of a mythological account of the start of England, Ireland, Britain, etc. However, I find some uncanny truths. But I also can see somewhat of like what we could call a hijack. Because clearly some of the cultural references, some of the linguistics, and there is one thing that I just got to see if I can read, because it explained that these people practice another level of magic. Give me 1 second here. Give me 1 second. You got to hear it. Take some water in. Let me see here. Ireland. Again, this is just to clarify that we're in a very occult world. We're not in a physical world. We're less in a physical world than we are in an occult world. And that this magic thing has been going on for a while. Okay, so here's a couple things. The two off the Dannon, they arrived in dark clouds from the northern islands where they had learned magic and knowledge. Okay, so remember, one account says they shrouded the island. The island became completely covered in this dark cloud and nobody went there. But in there, they were learning magic, okay? They bought 4 magical treasures, right? And you hear about these magical treasures a lot. And these days, I'm starting to believe more and more in magical treasures, or basically items that hold specific or special powers for, I won't say strange reasons, because it seems like this is all based on concentration of time. So when the sky is a certain way, certain things can happen. And no one can refute this. No one can deny this or stand against this. But now it's way more obscure. But back in the day, those times were used to create certain things. Like, it's interesting how they describe the Fomorians as one eye. But in the story of the origins of Bran the Blessed and Brutus, when it starts going back to Troy, they talk about this big war that they go into with the ancient ones, which are clearly sea beings. So the younger gods go to war with these ancient gods that are from the sea, and that there was no way they could defeat them except for that these three brothers who were all Cyclops, but they were like Hephaestus, meaning they built weapons and they knew consecrations of time, but they were themselves ancient ones, meaning that they were from the same family as the ancient gods in the sea, but they ended up siding with the Olympians and built these weapons to rid themselves of the older gods because they were promised their freedom or something like this, okay? But again, it still connects into this building of these certain types of weapons that completely overthrow whatever is going on before. And we have to realize that that has been Earth's call tag almost since the beginning. It's almost like the term, he who has the best technology wins. Because when wars happen, and we're talking about now the black spade, and we're talking about the black club, okay? When the wars begin, often whoever has the most technology dominates everybody else, whether it's from switching to steel when everybody's using copper and brass weapons, all the way to using drone swarms with AI when everybody is still using conventional weapons and tanks and stuff, right? Because the new tech comes in and it does equal or greater damage for the smaller amount of yield, right? So then there's technology really is in itself just something that compresses the amount of energy and time it generally takes to do something else. Generally it takes to do something. And when you enter in with a new technology, either you can learn faster, run faster, have something that's harder. You see what I mean? So technology is just a usurp of a previous cycle where that same thing was being done, but now it's being done in a way more efficient, faster, stronger way, okay? Technology. So it goes on and it says here, they arrived in dark clouds from the northern islands where they had learned magic and knowledge. They brought 4 magical treasures, the Dag the Cauldron, the Spear of Lug, the Stone of Fall, and the Sword of Light of Nuada. They burned their ships to prevent retreat and fought the Fur Bulge in the first battle of Mag Tared, where they were victorious, but their king Nuada lost his arm because of the blemish, right? That reminds me of when Sauron, they chopped off the finger or whatever. But then it was replaced by Bress, who was half Fomorian. Okay, so basically, they didn't finish the story here, but basically when this Fur Bulge lost his arm in the Battle of Mag Tared, they turned it into a silver arm. Again, you start seeing undercurrents of this kind of stuff, like in Cyberpunk 2077, the character Keanu Reeves plays has a silver arm. Then when you notice the spades and the clubs, you start realizing that the thing I'm talking about with Elon Musk as far as the Marduk affiliation and the war affiliation, that all also ties into this. But this is like somehow the same pattern repeating itself, whether these are people that are initiated, people who are born into this, but the story, it comes out again, and maybe even the person doesn't even know, maybe they do know. Maybe the foundation to all good stories is the ancient mythos from the stars, okay? So we keep going, we find, it says, because of this blemish, he was replaced by Bress, who was born half Fomorian. Bress's poor leadership led to a second war against the Fomorians, culminating in the second battle of Murtared, where Lug defeated the Fomorian king Balor by shooting through his evil eye. And then the Tuatha Dé Danann ruled Ireland until the coming of the Milesians. So I'm just making notes here about the mention of this magic, the cultural role. Okay, so the Fomorians later on become associated with dark magic and also they had their own druids and magical practitioners. Okay, so that was just the last final notes that I wanted to make sure that I got off on that, because now if we were just eating let's say we were just eating vegetables right now. We enter the final part of this, which we'll say is the meat, okay? No offense to the vegetarians, okay? And the reason why is because I would literally say I said all of that to show you this. And this is going to be a part of the next Tri-Vibes, but we have a nice prelude. So if you are behind at all on Tri-Vibes, I need to mention to everyone here, Tri-Vibes is under Tri-Vibes in the University. So if you just jump in and you're like, okay, where do I start? Or what were they talking about last? Just for the new people that are here, there's probably 2 of you. You would go to the Tri-Vibes area, and then you can, it starts from the most recent, and then it goes all the way back to the past. That's where you want to find these previous recordings. Without further ado, I want to talk to you about this. Okay, so let me do my share screen. We'll start here. Now, it's almost as if we've been priming for this, okay? Especially when we were like coming across these palindromes and we were finding that, hey, these magical squares, they do something weird numerically. So if numbers are the true language and numbers are archetypes, somehow these numbers, like the repo, the Sator square, the farmer holds the plow, the worker the wheels. We came across a few others. This has all been the last Tri-Vibes, right? Like these numbers, like 666, all these different connections with numbers and letters, and then numbers being able to break back down 2 letters and then say something, and then that something be actually legible, right? If you don't know anything about this, at least check out the last Tri-Vibes, because we go deep into showing how the Greek not only accomplishes turning auspicious numbers into words, but also that these words seem to hint to a progressive hierarchical evolution of whoever at least is aware of the knowledge. So also we find that all the potential of what you can be is already encoded in the language and thus encoded in your mind. So thus, we haven't even hit certain levels, or for all we know, we have, but there are certain levels that seem very lofty that it seems like we're not at yet, but the language seems to hint that we will eventually go there if we continue to head in our own quote unquote true north. Okay. Now we enter into the sanctum of the power of these numbers and how realities are really constructed, and how this reality, along with its overlay, because you're to see from here that the reality basically has over it a template, and the template moves the reality. That's even what they called like the first Merkaba mystics, right? Also, it does appear that we skipped over one of our, let me find it here real quick. One of our words. Let me see, where is it at? Okay, maybe it didn't make it here. Let me go to my notes. Give me just a quick second. I need to tie this word in. There we go. Let's see here. Okay. A few things. The word gabar, okay, which is right here, okay? This word gabar also refers to Zoroastrians. Go look at it right now if you wanted to. You don't have to. But basically that this word also means a Zoroastrian, but it's like, see, it says the name Gabar was formerly applied derogatorily to Iranian Zoroastrians. The term is linguistically related to the Arabic kafir, meaning an infidel. The Zoroastrians who remained in Persia, modern Iran, after the Arab Muslim conquest, 7th century AD, had a long history as outcasts. Okay? So now let me go back here. Okay. And this is because, all right, so trying to, just dial into how to word this. Yeah, there was one word that's missing. So let me just keep going and the word will come to me in a minute because it's another GBR word. But it ties into that, okay, well, oh yeah, Gibbera. Do not ask me why that's not here on the list. Let me see if I can find it, because that's the one that almost slipped. I don't even know where it is. It was supposed to be in the notes. It was written in the notes twice. Gebera. Okay? Because in Kabbalah, Gibera is a world, right? Let me just go in my notes here and see. I'm probably just looking over it. G-U-B-R-A-H. Strength, mighty judgment. No, it was a whole definition. Where are you at? Okay, so this one got away, but we at least found the word. Now, Gebera is a world in the Kabbalah, right? It's the, okay, yeah, this has to be in here. Hold on, I'm sorry for interrupting y'all. It's just, when you know you had something and then it's like gone, it's just, you have a hard time letting it go because this world not only equates to the number 5, Gebera equates to number 5, it also equates to fire in the Kabbalah. And it equates to basically like a world where it's like there's almost even stagnancy going on. I wish I had my complete definition here because I did put it together, but it's important to know that Gebera is a world, okay? And this then stems into how, as I said earlier, how we can confirm that words create worlds, okay? So we first look at this divine or soul number 7, okay? And just what is meant by that. Because in many ways, when somebody tries to throw a number out there and say, hey, this number is more important than others, sometimes I'm like, okay, why, right? Of course I'm like, why? And then when you understand numbers, you will actually know why, but few understand numbers, so they don't know why. So let's look at what this number really is about, okay? So it says the number 7 represents the soil in nature. Now, first of all, the thing that you should know, and it's also in my notes here, and I'm so glad I'm getting to it because it means it's all synchronistic, is that the soil itself is untapped potential. I'm going to say it again. The soil is untapped potential. Because obviously, if my soil is there is life in the soil. But the potential of that life is yet to unfold because I now need to plant into that soil. But you see how much it gives us. Like, look at these farms. Look at even outside if you got a lot of trees going on, right? Look at how many organisms are sprouting out of this soil. But you are to see that as those organisms are life forms being literally given a chance to live out their potential because something two things came together. So like if I go out there and I start planting things, what I'm doing is I'm giving the potential in the soil an opportunity to become something, because other than that, it will never become something. And this is an important point that you need to know about all of this, especially when it comes to mysticism, occultism, and all that. Because a lot of people, they look at, the evil, the darkness, the lower worlds, etc., and they have a hard time really coming to terms with its purpose. And what I'm saying is you don't got to come to terms with its purpose. You just need to understand certain things, like anything that is in the ground has a tendency to be stagnant or dormant until it's given potential again. Okay? So if you ever make it into the ground, if you may, and I'm just giving some metaphors or stories here, the only way you truly live again is if something gives you the potential to live. Like there needs to be a slot opened up for you to come in and do an experience. You see what I mean? And this is where this grace thing comes in, if you may, because it's symbolic to that everyone who has been given an opportunity to live is basically zero potential being given potential, or innate potential being given the opportunity to be something. And so the reason why I want to mention this is as we get deeper and deeper and go higher and higher, that we always must maintain the mindset of realizing that we still have the charge, the mantle to grant the potential, since we can do it, especially being in the land of the living, to grant the potential to that which is not. And so what I mean by that is very simple stuff like, let's imagine a poor child, and then now you give them the potential to go to school. You see, this is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. I don't want this taken out of context. If you didn't come around, that potential would have never been tapped. Like this child could be really smart, but without the opportunity to learn, it's like dirt. It doesn't necessarily have all the components it needs to bring out this force and bring out this energy, all these minerals and all this stuff that's in there. It's just all potential needing to be tapped into. But it takes the farmer or the one who said, you know what? I'm going to give this seed a try. I'm going to plant this seed. You need to see that as also an energy and a vibration of how to be, especially in order to continue to receive the highest levels of esoteric awareness, and then also to be able to balance that kind of power and that kind of force. But still remember, whatever you decide to do with it, the universe has a place for everybody. So you could easily become a spade or a club, right? Or a heart or a diamond, right? So you could become a slave. If you look at a warrior goes to battle. They have to like to do it, but it's not something they like to do. You see what I mean? In the beginning, at least, meaning that no guy goes to the armed forces or most guys don't go to the armed forces to get in a war. They go to the armed forces thinking they're going to get a check and that they're going to get education and that they're going to be able to escape a war and actually do some cool stuff like shoot some guns and things like that until you're getting enlisted and put on the front line. You see what I mean? Nobody really wants to be a servant or a slave, right? So I'm telling you, the world is filled with servants and slaves. The world is filled with warriors, killers. So, but then when you look at the other side of the card, wouldn't you rather be a wealthy lover? I mean, it's not hard to see this, but what I'm telling you is that the world is designed to take you through these paths based on your choices. So as it says here, the 7 represents the soul in nature, represents the soul in nature, and therefore it becomes the center of all symbolic numbers, so to speak. We find the sacred number interwoven into all the religious systems known on our planet. and the very warp and woof of creation seem to bristle with sevens. The sacred number of the Magi, and one that has been known in our symbolism as the strangest of all, is this number 1, 4, 2, 8, 5, 7, which is composed of twice 7, 4 times 7, 8 times 7, with the ego added to the last figure. And you're like, what the hell does that mean? That means that if you multiply this number from 1 to 9, the output of that number will be only variations of this same number. There will be no 3, there will be no 0, and there will be no 6. Now, there is a number. There's one more number which I found, which is not revealed. That is the other number. But this is the one that is known. And we'll talk about the other number later, next time. But this number is a secret number, but a secret known number because of how it behaves. Okay? You take this number, you times it by 2, times it by 3, times it by 4, all the way to 9, and it will only push back these numbers in a different order. The same numbers, no more numbers. Okay? Now, when you line up the cards, which is a suit, like a house, okay? And you place the cards in this order because they're 13. You place 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay? 2 here is the pillars, and you stack it. The 7 will sit in the middle of those cards. Okay? Now, again, this is not a deep dive on this, but I'm showing you where we're going. Okay? Because it doesn't become like right off for anyone. You don't become aware completely right away of what this really means and what can really be done. But I'm going to show you just a couple examples here. So it says the mystic number can be represented in the emblems of the knowledge as follows. Change any card from the right to the left, and you will get a true product by some number. So let's look at that. We have here the Mystic Star Tarot. Now, would you assume that this is a 6-pointed star or a 7-pointed star? That has often been a question of my own. Does this symbol represent 6 or 7? I'm here to tell you it does represent 7 because there is a center. And in the center is where all of the power emanates from. Okay? So this means that this is technically a 7-pointed star. It's just that the center is not recognized. And you've seen geometry like that. They always tell you, hey, make sure you count the center because that's another point. So the 6-pointed star is actually 7. Okay? Now, notice how when I take this number, any number that I add to the number adjacent to the card will equal the number 9. So 4 plus 5 is 9, right? 7 plus 2 is 9. 1 plus 8 is 9, okay? So now you could say, okay, maybe that's been arbitrarily placed, right? Until you go further in this, which is, as I'm saying, like, this can't be, we can't go into a deep dive on this right now because it needs further elaboration. Because literally what you will discover in this is that the world has been put together like a house of cards for real. And that each position on where the card is, including your birthday, which actually corresponds to a card, does really determine the energies around that person, that energy, that fate, if you may. But then it goes deeper. I would ask you to further consider this because as 7 is often mentioned, there is one number that sits behind all these numbers, and that number is 9. Because now you need to consider these anomalies about 9. And I'm going to paste these here just in case you want to do your own wizardry later on. Because then once we finally conclude with the meaning of the number, so it's like once you understand what the number does, and then you understand how to emit the number into the reality, there's nothing impeding the manifestation, because the sequence of the numbers, they're exact, and few people know the sequence. I don't know anybody who knows the sequence. I don't know anybody who's ever even talked about this before. I heard people talk about the magical squares and stuff like that, but it's all kind of left to happenstance. What this work is about is it's about that there was a template that was built before there were humans, before there was much of anything. And it is through that template in which the most powerful masters of occultism, if you may, operate through. They can not only tell you the past, they can tell you your future, because the cards do move in a sequence and nothing deviates from that sequence. And I know some people say, wow, man, I don't know about this. And I was the same way. But then instead of challenging it, I started to notice anomalies and wondered if that anomaly could be what causes it. And let me break that down. I'm going to paste something here, and we're talking about the anomalies of 9, okay? Because I keep finding more of them. And every time I find one, I write it down. And we're going to just conclude here today. So if you understand what I'm telling you, is I'm telling you that the world is designed around this number 7. And this is why they got the 7 candlesticks over in Israel, but they also have the Star of David. And you think that Star of David is 6 points, but it's not. It's really 7 because of the light emitting from the center. And then they show you that, hey, we got the 7 candlesticks, but these 7 candlesticks are actually 7 powers. Okay? And all this is deeply shrouded in occult, and no one would even understand what it's about, because you would need to have original access to the tarot, the first tarot and the mythos around tarot. But you can, without getting into that, you need to understand that in Great Britain, they brushed shoulders so heavily with the gypsies and Egypt, which seems to say gypsy in itself, that what was known as the book of all books came into their possession, which was the tarot in itself. But the tarot wasn't just a simple card game or a simple thing of divination. There was a sequence of numbers behind the tarot. And the practitioner of those cards that knew those numbers and knew where a person really fit in that schema could, in fact, determine that person's future. You see what I mean? But of course, by the time it fell into the hands of the gypsies, which they say were, the gypsies still seem to be cursed to this day from using the tarot to only make money and to predict people's future for a wage, because that was also surrounded by the tarot, that when you talk about the tarot, like, you need to be very giving with the information and the knowledge. You see what I mean? So I have fulfilled that goal because I'm giving all the gems. Now listen to this. 9, of course, when multiplied, always creates a derivative of itself. Okay, right? So 9, when multiplied against any number, always creates a derivative. Example, 9 times 2 is 18. 1 plus 8 is 9. We all seen that. Okay? But 9 goes further. Of course, when added to a number, it mirrors that number back on itself after the simplification, i.e., 9 plus 5 is 14, 1 plus 4 is 5. So it mirrors 5 back to itself. It'll do all that. It'll do that with all numbers 1 to 8. But it goes further. When you take any number and you reduce it by its simplification, when you take any number, this is kind of a typo here, but when you take any number and then you subtract it, one second. Let me just get my pen out here. And let me get my calculator. So if we're doing 142, Exactly. Okay, so if we take the number 142 and we simplify it, okay, so this is what's happening here. There's 2 here. Give me 1 second, guys. And ladies, give me 1 moment. There's 2 here. There's 2 more. There's not just 1 more. I just deleted the second one thinking it was a redundant. So you take any number and you reduce it by its simplification, and it will have the nth root of 9. So when you take, 472 and you minus it by 7, it equals 135, and then 135 divided by 15 equals 9. Exactly. So if we change that number and we made it 589, let's say for all intents and purposes. We go 589. And we minus it by 22. We get 569. If we divide that by 9, it goes in evenly at 63, right? So 63, 567 divided by 9 is 63, which is a root of 9, okay? So 9 also, of course, in this case, does some weird stuff. Any number, you just simplify the number and then you subtract that simplified number from the original number and you'll get a root of the number 9. So in occultism, without getting too confused here, because I need real supporting notes on this. This number sits like, okay, this is the easiest way to explain it. So imagine that the entire matrix is designed around this number, and we'll call that number 7. But in order to change the matrix, you move from the 9. Okay? And as long as you have the 9, you can do things, weird things in a matrix. Like 1, since the whole matrix is built on, let's say, the construct of 7, you can mirror back any object in the matrix. You can basically clone any object in the matrix, right? This is what Kabbalah is talking about, but it never explains it this clearly. It never connects to a person how exactly they're manifesting this stuff. And either most don't manifest or some only manifest with pure faith. This means that they're not questioning at all why it works. They're just performing the act, and they're performing it without any doubt, which is super difficult these days. But then when you take this number also and you put it to any number, you only need to simplify the number first for it to come under the control of the power of 9. So that means that anything in the matrix can actually be manipulated, but through a higher power. And this higher power we're going to call 9. Now, this 9 is a symbol. It's a movement. It's an archetype. So thus, that's why they had this thing called the Council of 9 and the Jasons, right? And this was about that the ones that control the world, and everybody's trying to get that, get that title, were called the Council of 9, also known as the Jasons, okay? And throughout occultism, this 9 sits as almost like a hidden society or a hidden group, revealing almost none of the knowledge, but then thrusting like 7 there as the replacement for the number 9, if you may, in occultism, meaning that 7 then is said to do sometimes the things that only the 9 can do to keep people obscure from understanding how the numbers work. You see what I mean? And then how to actually build the tower. Because you see, the tower is built on 13 cards, right? So where else does that number remind you of beside like numbers of the moon, right? Or why there's no 13th floor in an elevator. It also lets you see that obviously 2 times 13 is 26. We have 26 letters in the English language. We put another 26, we have 52, which gives us 52 weeks in a year. So we have like the whole house then. But just in using English alone, as I pointed out, you're only half magic. You have half, literally, of the magical system, but you don't have its pair, okay? And even if we synchronize what we were saying today about mending the bones, I find this strange process that continues to repeat in magic, which is to cast bones or lots, or even the knuckle bone and the jack bone from the leg as a way like dice to cast lots, which also tarot seem to be affiliated with a bit. And so all of this says that the mending, if you may, or the knowledge of mending reality, i.e. the 7, which is the world soul, and the 9, which is basically the universal soul. The act of mending that can basically be accomplished by the human being who sits in communion between these two numbers technically having innate potential, meaning that for most, it can't do anything except for the one who understands how to plant this. And then when you start thinking about this process, and this is why we got to come back again on this, and I need to also study up a little bit more. This process was about entering into the template that you needed to understand how to approach the great city, if you may. And that all of true occultism was about this, that there were paths to the great city, some in which only led to peril because the city was like locked into this fortress or structure because it contained the house, all the royal figures, the king, the queen, the jack, etc., right? And that this city was commanded from within, and then the 4 rivers then distributed the power from the city to the rest of existence, okay? So this wasn't necessarily like a physical city. In fact, it was an astral city, a template itself that laid itself over what we were calling the world. And through the ability to understand how it moves, which is confirmed in numbers. So meaning that this doesn't take on you got to take my advice for this. You learned through the number, and the number showed you the truth. And the truth couldn't be refuted, just as what 9 is doing in these numbers is weird. Like, it would show you that the whole thing can be changed into anything by a 9. You see what I mean? So then once you understand how this archetype sits and how this power sits, you will understand, like when you visualize a diamond, why that brings wealth immediately. When you visualize hearts, why they bring love at certain times. You see what I mean? So that's what I have today is one, more of like the entryway to understand how these things came about, right? Like how they came back into discovery and even into the language. Well, Goydell Glass and some folks was over here putting together the whole Tower of Babel because they understood the power of language and magic, like the mistresses of speech in the ancient times originally did. These secrets are either kept or they're lost, but they're never lost to someone who knows the power of the numbers, because basically, just like they say with Hebrew, like if you have one letter, you can put back together the whole language. It's the same with this. If you understood how to enter the city, you could basically construct the whole matrix, if you may, and then change the matrix. And I'm absolutely, positively 100% sure that there are people that are doing this. And there are things that can't be classified as people doing this. And what it does is it gives them somewhat of a Mandela effect on the reality, where everybody else will be wondering where something that was so solid went, that we all knew, especially in our memories, but it was all changed. Because this is the malleability of the house of cards. So we're going to open it up. I'm going to go through my notes to make sure that I've covered everything. Oh, no, I didn't. Here's another one right in my face. The last one, but maybe for sure not the least. And I see why it's not here, because the picture is inside of the software that was supposed to be working today. So let's screenshot it real quick here and let me show you something. This is a good example of how the mysteries will speak to you. Meaning that there'll be things that won't be so obvious that will become obvious that seem to have nothing to do with what it is that you're looking at. So let's take a look at it. And what we're looking at, I'm sharing the screen now. Okay, so they call this, I guess it's dark over here, a little dark, I hope y'all can see it. The original sacred seven, okay? That the original sacred seven was actually what we call the Dipper, okay? This star position is slightly changed in our modern times. We call it the Dipper, but back in the day, it was called the Trident, okay? Now remember, all of the ocean gods and the Hindu gods, the ones on the top, and Marduk, what do they carry? The trident. Why? The first thing is that from my research, and this was before I came across this, that the Dipper was used as an accurate way to understand the position of the sky. It was more of like a hand on a clock, but we'll reveal that in its entirety when we come back through. But here's the thing that you may not notice. Notice how back in the day, it was a fork, but now it's a spoon. I'll say it again. Notice how it's even a fork and a spoon. I cannot tell you completely what that means. I can just tell you that that's how my eyes see. The first thing I notice is interesting, a fork and a spoon. This is what is used as far as your core silverware, right? Like there's something cryptic also here about why we're using a fork and a spoon even to eat our food every single day. And it seems to stem back to the ancient positioning and controlling of the position of the sky, right? But of course, I'll demystify this for you later. But it is one of the things that I wanted to bring up again is that our ancestors saw this sky and what was going on in it, and they connected it. They connected it to the tarot. And they said that what Atlantis really was basically this space outside of time where these learned men and women, gods, whatever you want to give them the term, observed the cycle for long periods because they were in the other world where time was completely different than it is right now. This is that world that they talk about you can be in for like a year and it would be 1,000 years over here. Okay? And that in this process, they observed the world. They observed all the characteristics and the traits of the people that lived in the world. And that was the study there, is to basically continue the knowledge of understanding how the stars connect in the building of the entire structure connected in with all the inhabitants that were also in it. Because in the event that you did not have this knowledge, then you were bound by fate. You see what I mean? Like that was the whole thing. To have this knowledge did make you like a supreme being or a quote unquote God, because you left aging, you left hunger, you left all of those states of depravity in this once you entered into this. You see what I mean? And this is why it's, in the city of Atlantis, everybody lived forever. There was only high knowledge and stuff like that. Now it just makes up stuff of myths. These people are more fascinated with trying to figure out where physically Atlantis was than to step back off of it and say, wait a minute. Atlantis clearly was connected to the tarot, and there were 4 gates and 4 kings that stood at each of those gates. This has more to do with, once we understand the composition of each of these pieces, the construct of the matrix itself and how it's moved and manipulated and how to enter and to exit, all of those things more so than it does to find some extraterrestrial alien Anunnaki. You see what I mean? So that's why I say for 2025, I'm coming out swinging because I know this stuff is true. I have so much more even of this to support it. I got to like bring back all my books, get all my stuff like digitized and in something that I can actually even can query it and others can query it, right? And then we could take the works themselves and even organize them in some kind of way. Like Sybil is the first effort of this, is organize this into some kind of way where if you want to know something about this, you go here. If you want to know something about this, you go here. Because just like in Kabbalah, there are different worlds. So if you want to know about the matrix, then you need to go to Geburah, of mastering the matrix. You see what I mean? Versus trying to have all the knowledge, which would almost appear like gibberish. You see what I mean? Because if you can't decode the knowledge, let's say, for instance, if English is the language of the giants or basically the language of Jabbar, but we only have half of it, then it would make it gibberish. Because you wouldn't have the other half. So thus, none of it will really have any meaning. And this is how I find most occultists, is that they have like pieces of the symbols and stuff like that. But even the simple stuff like understanding exactly how this star connects in with the numbers, and then the anomaly of the numbers themselves, and then starting to let the numbers instruct you, and then starting to understand that each of these numbers is actually an archetype, and they're the original language. This is why 1 to 9, not 10. You see what I mean? Because you'll see a 10 is just, it starts the replications all over again. 10 is really just the number 1 with a placeholder of an infinite, meaning that every zero or a circle was seen as the only symbol that can really explain why physicality would last forever and why all these worlds really would last forever, because it was a symbol that how space is not something that it has a limit. It's something that we're just continuing to feel. And thus, I guess this comes to the last mystery. I'm glad we're at this point. What it seems to hint is that Jabbar was a mender of not only the two worlds, but also the languages in themselves that were already ripped apart by the Tower of Babel. That this JBR seems to be an acronym of power in itself, but you would need to be mighty. You would need to have force. You would need to have power. You would need to be great. You would need to have, as they say, it's like a mountain of firmness to be able to continue to go through in the occult mysteries, right? Because at this point, even now, this may make sense to you, right? But imagine dropping this on ye old fogey, or dropping this on somebody that you just link up with on a rando. You see what I mean? It's like, what are you even talking about? Okay? It will happen even enough to make you second guess what you think you know. That's why you need to stand on the rock, meaning you need to stand on something so firm that everybody else challenging it seems to crumble. That's what we call the scholarly work. And I'm telling you, because we don't see it, it means that there is a pipeline open for there to be a brand new level of how the world is really run, what really happens here. Like even any way that's going to happen, because check it out. We even the advent of AI, let's say it's even rough at first, everything goes crazy, but in the end, what you still end up with is a world where kids would learn everything that they needed to know without being hampered by the stupidity and misjudgments and misinformation of teachers. You see what I mean? So that's a technology that will endure because it will fast forward everyone's intelligence once it's integrated. See, because like right now, even now, using AI, unless you're in China, it's like, it's not necessarily, it's not trending that big. Only the people who are doing homework and that kind of stuff, it's helping them do that, right? But imagine when a society is born and the educational structure is right there from the beginning with really no hindrances is being able to explain all of the details. That 13-year-old, if you may, when they get that age, they're going to be totally different than the 13-year-old that's still going through this high school curriculum and all these, George Washington and all this kind of stuff, that these systems, when you start really questioning them, they really debunk and say, well, yeah, there's no way that could exist. That's going to happen more. As I said before, these models are censored. This is why they behave as such, where they can't tell the difference between GBR and JBR, meaning Great Britain, and that's not just an acronym, and that there's a real story there. And this censorship, even for us, we can't necessarily remove it because it also can tell you how to make a bomb from the chemicals underneath your sink. You see what I mean? So there are uncensored models, and we're like, well, we're going to get to 1 or 2 points. And this is another thing to bring up. As you know, that Australia is passing a law to restrict 16 and under from using social media. OK, and, this is becoming the next big story, because how they're going to enforce that seems to be to make every citizen verify their age before entering into the internet. Right. Which, that's a mess. I'd like to see them do that. Right. That's going to push things more towards Web3 for sure. It's going to push things more towards people owning their own data. It's going to push things more towards people no longer using social media as we know it and spinning off into platforms that are completely ports. Let me show you one more thing. So, you saw it here first. If you want to understand what I was saying about immersion, check this out. Meaning that when you see this, can you actually see where the world, let's say, especially the ones that can, there's not much occult knowledge being gained, right? And there's not much to do except for follow after everything that Elon's doing, right? Let me show you something. Let me turn on my screen capture. We had 3 hours, so that's it for me. You see it here, right, on my screens? Dreamskin, Game of Thrones. You see that Game of Thrones on my screen? Do you see that at all? Yes, no? You're still there? You start with y'all glazing over. Y'all glazing over now. Y'all.
We see it, fam.
All right, y'all.
No, we got it.
Here we go. I'm getting the thumbs up. I'm just joking, but check it out. Now, the question that you want to ask yourself is that some of y'all hate this kind of stuff anyway. So you have to put yourself in the mind of somebody who uses VR or somebody who plays video games. OK, tell me if this at all seems like a potential in the very near future.
A hot new bombshell enters the villa.
Don't call me up, I'm going out tonight, feeling good.
Kelsey, I'm here. Hey man, came all this way, had to explain, direct from Domingo.
Okay, for those who don't know what they're looking at, what we're talking about is real-time pass-through through a device like the Apple, Vision Pro, okay, right? And even Oculus or Meta's Quest 3, right? And then what we're saying is that there will be a real-time render of the reality, okay? This means that the demo is here is that you're in the house, right? You're in a normal house, and this is your house. But then because you're wearing the lens, when you turn on the app, it skins the house into anything that you want, right? Now, again, this is the demo, so all the graphics are pretty crude, right? But imagine you step this up a couple notches, right? You can have a person, this is what I was saying, like Ready Player One was showing this, is that everybody would be kind of living in the stacks. And the stacks is like, kind of like what the houses look like in Brazil in the impoverished community. But when you go into the device, you could be anywhere you want. And everything in the device or everything that's in your environment gets changed into whatever it is that you want it to be, or whatever, you're like, now you're living in the Starship Enterprise because your reality looks like the Starship Enterprise. Now, again, I'm not here to tell you this is great. I'm not here to tell you that it's good or bad. I'm telling you that it's coming, because I know 1,000 people right now plus that would want to use this right now just to get out of the reality that they're in and get into another one. And their immersion level is pretty high. So you're literally sitting there and you're feeling the vibe like you're sitting into whatever it is that the theme of the place is, right? And so again, when you're seeing this kind of stuff, it's just the beginning. But as I said before, I'm showing evidence that this world that we're in is already an immersion. Like as I come in even on this next strong, with the next Tri-Vibes, I'm going to prove it even more that this reality is actually an immersion. It's spoken about many times in the occult books, but this one right here, it's a technological wizardry at its highest level, right? And it's now taken as being the world, the reality, right? So when we bang on something, we be banging on technology and stuff because they're like, that's not real, as if this one's real, which is hilarious, but it's happening. But when there's another 11th immersion inside of an immersion, how difficult is it to remember or to recall the 9? And this is why I feel the mission is so strong, is that what we want to do is simply preserve the ancient template, the ancient archetypical structure, because it is the truth and everything else is a derivative of that. But if you never know that one and you get immersed a few times, which is already happening, you would never really be able to recall the holy template. Basically, you wouldn't be able to call back up the main world. So thus you're going and coming through the reality would be almost non-existent because you can't feel the original world. And only people that can feel the original world can enter it. And the only way that you feel it is to get into a relationship, and the relationship or the code, it's like why on a door they had the keypad and the keypad opens up the safe, or the numbers open up the safe. The numbers always, or is a number or a key, always opens up the locked door or the locked reality. So this is the master key. So those numbers 1, 4, 2, 5, 8, 7, those are master keys. But you can't use the key if you see it's like, what are we doing? And we got the number. It has to become a part of how you understand the system. And when you understand the system and there's no doubts, which math does, it leaves you without doubts. There needs to be no preachers or nobody else trying to prove why this works. And then you align it simply, which is like setting a clock. Once you align it to the stars, then you are already there with your astral vehicle, right? So that's what I posit. I will desist for now since it's 3 hours, but you get where I'm going with this about how these are the factual levels of how reality should really be enjoyed. Yeah. So let me do this. Let me go ahead and set the lines, give everybody an opportunity. If you had something to speak on or add to the build, if you have any questions, of course, I'm here. As I mentioned, we're going into the new year. We're speeding into it. It's supposed to be hibernation times. I'm lit. But it is taking me some intentions to do that. And I really want to also make sure everybody's aware here. The end of the year is, it's been a little groggy, right? Like it continues to remind me sometimes of why, like sometimes I get these weird emails and I get weird people trying to interact with me. Now, remember, I'm not anywhere in that way. Meaning you can't come check on me, period. I'm not at the mall. I'm not at the strip club, nowhere. Still, I get messages that are like so off and crazy. I just wonder sometimes if I ever immersed myself or came back into the world, how fast it would be before they destroy my whole career. Meaning that it's just, there's a lot of trouble out there. So what I'm doing is I'm funding to stay in this silo, to stay down in this line of communication, thought, and growth long enough to transmit the complete message, and then to bring it to you on a silver platter, potentially gold, so that way you can give it to your family, your children, anybody that you realize has a lot of untapped potential and are just looking to be tagged back in like double Dutch. And of course, being given their power and their awareness and their wherewithal through the knowledge and wisdom so that they can actually triumph through this challenge that we're facing right now. We're always facing some level of challenge in these matrices to graduate them, right? They call this the test, literally, right? And so graduating this test, you only need the test book. And so that's what I'm going to be bringing. I've already bought a little part of it, but I'm going to be bringing the rest of the numbers and their connections and how it was put together so that it makes clear sense to you, right?
An incredible gem-filled build. And also, I wanted to plug real quick. Just remember, family, we got the AI film and art masterclass coming up this strong. So if you're interested, tap in. I think you can go to the store and order it. All
Oh
right.
yeah, I did forget to mention that, didn't I?
No,
But
we
just so
got it. We
everybody
got
knows,
it, man.
that's here about that. We have found great success in this process. Not only does it get the business off the ground, gets people looking at what you're doing, there's infinite potential there, but also it takes you through the tutelage, which even as much as I know, or at least profess that I know, this is a skill, meaning being able to create movies, books, you have to understand how to use your imagination. You have to know how to, or what scenes really work, what look good, what looks good, how to convey a certain kind of energy, how to immerse truly in order to get something really across to where people are paying attention to it. So not only are we teaching this method in a way that's like, if you don't know anything, it doesn't matter. I'm teaching from the ground up. You don't have to have you don't have to know the previous course. You don't have to know any of that. You could just come in. You can then choose from what's there to what things actually you need to work with first. And then you could get your ground on like we're doing already. So thanks, Sean, for bringing that up because I had to roll it now because like looking at the times, we got one more tribe vibe, two more tribe vibes for the year. I was like, there's no way I could do this around the Christmases and all that kind of stuff because people kind of even glaze over a bit more around those times. December 7th is the day. Let's go with it. So that's next Saturday. Yeah. And we're going to do our thing and then it'll be archived. So if for some reason that you can't catch it right now, you can't join, you can't jump in or whatever, it'll be archived, but it's never like the live courses, right? And of course, we're going to have the Q&A and all that's there. So I want to welcome everybody that if you want to jump into 2025, and you want that tried and true method of actually being, and also it's fun. That's the thing about this. It's also fun. It's fun to create stories. It's fun to learn your aesthetic. It's fun to take you. I'm saying that you will be in the top 10% of AI film and art artists on the internet. This is only high level stuff, like meaning that the way that we render, the way that we put stuff together and the tools that we're giving you access to, when you see all the other stuff that VAI driven on the internet, you can see clearly how this is a cut above the rest. And if you wanted to get a sample of it, you can check out mainly the Sybil Instagram page to see some of those graphics there. And also even check out the highlights because you'll see how I take cartoon styles and do the same thing. So we're talking about even from like styles like what you would see with Mobius, but better. Styles that you would see with like Mike Whelan. These are all names that you may not know, but these were like some of the best illustrative artists that have ever created comic books and things like that. Now we're able to even not only just stand on the shoulders of those giants, but even go further by adding in our own flavor and our own style to those things. And you can see the world, like look at Marvel Comics, look at all these big houses that have told stories, even all the way down to the Blair Witch Project. I mean, if you can create something and you have a real story and you push it all the way through to the finish, that will be your mark on society or your beginning for getting to the next stage at least. So yes, thanks, Sean, for bringing that up.
Absolutely, fam. So listen, we've been going 3.5 hours. And we're gonna top this off at 4 today. So we got about 25 minutes. So please be mindful of the time. Just be considerate, fam. So here we go. We got Tracy up next. Wholeness Tracy.
Hello, Sean. Yeah, I want to get with you to so I'm gonna have to catch the archives because I've always loved the storyteller, and that's why I've always been attracted to Savan. He can, surely tell it like it is. And wow, I've always had it in my mind, but it could never come out. Like, so, that's why he's been there with me oh my gosh, right through the toughest time was the separation between me and my ex. And I have 3 daughters, and I do it for them. I'm a 2. I'm always reading and seeking knowledge. And yeah, and luckily last year I was able to join Tribe. And although it's always so dreamy, it got super dark, but I came in a dark place. But as a legendary storyteller, it's just able to go deeper with that. I was thinking, I knew I was a chimeric. I love the science, like dragon and just the Joker, all that stuff. And this weekend, my kids went with Dad, so I watched some Star Trek, The Discovery. I don't know if anybody's seen it, but they came across like a 10C or high C. It was an elevated giant, as you would see. Like it was a god in the realm. And I don't know if anybody saw that, but it was really good. I just finished it. And one of his things was emotions. She had the code. It was just like a light scheme. So it wasn't he or she, but it was more like a they, because they had like many emotions. And then so that this weekend I was alone. I was able to touch in with RSO. I thought last year it would cure cancer, but it was just way too expensive. So I just had it saved. So tapped a little oil on my tongue, and I started going. I felt like I knew that I was a giant, and so, I did go through some dark things, but there was always optimism with this group, that, you have to find the gold through the dark, but it does, there are 2 sides. So, I'm water, so I'm always been really deep in the understanding and the heart. And I realized, at the 5 years ago when I got divorced, got the cancer, and then I knew it was a journey to compassion. And I was even I went deep, into shamanic rituals and all that stuff, but I just didn't really feel the knowledge was there. I kind of cut ties with that group, and I came on board. And I am so looking forward to this because, yeah, math is the critical skill thinking, which is like the scientific, and I have a biology degree, so it's important to me. And I know about, the different sub personalities, which are the chimerics of the, all those things that try to keep us accountable to the karma, which is nonsense because we can override that and choose a different code. And I'm just so lucky to be amongst you. And I am okay, so the great thing is that I have the darling children, and they got a lot of my water, the understanding, the true feeling of code. I got 2 of my daughters are water signs, and my other one's a land. She's a Virgo. So she's our rock, our Gibraltar. And just recently I don't know, I hadn't had sex in a long time, and I found this 7. I was like, oh yeah, all right, number 7. We went on an adventure, but he had the soul of an old soul. I could tell the richness of the Gibraltar, it was kind of a dark soul, but yet we had a lot of fun. So I was like, okay, I don't know about that because I could see both sides. And I'm like, he had such creativity that he was assimilating guns and stuff. And I was like, whoa, this must be back from your ancients, and it's not good, but whatever. I mean, I understand the dark side, but that's the thing. We are giants. And that's what I got to be thinking about, all that giantness. And we can, change the channel, get a different tune. But I've always been on the healing thing, and I'm still in the middle of it. Last time I talked to you guys, I was all like, I'm on my way, but it's become more difficult. I haven't really done the work. So yeah, I mean, I'm glad you're offering this, and this is what I want. Your other things you created, technology. I'm kind of like the mender. I'm the gap. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna hopefully get with Sean and some others and just try to get in that fire tribe and get on. But I have a lot of work to do. But I can pass it to my children because they're brilliant and they're worth the fight. It's just, I am so glad that I've taken this road to wisdom and it's brought me here because sometimes I feel like I'm not worthy, I'm not really doing anything, but I just got to get connected with, my fire tribe and get Sean, do the effort. So in the laws, just really get level headed. And glad this weekend I really did overcome my Joker. And I think that was the key. I know Savannah talked about that. Some of his were harder to like really get down that frequency to like a 0. So the Joker was always the twisted one in me, but it's so nice to have. This is why I joined, just I knew that there was more of a spiritual group out there. And then when I started listening to those YouTubes, I was like, I gotta join the tribe. And just tonight, what you revealed, awareness is the key, but with all these little stories, we can add the scatter, the forgetfulness, like what Spin says, get into the dreams and do all the science. Like it can be so much greater than we can imagine. And I'm so glad what you put on tonight, the world soul is the 7 and the universal soul is the 9. And I'm a 2, so I give birth to the 9. I'm always dreaming about something, but I mean, you've made a beneficial AI in the time of fear. I grew up with my being a mom and trying to protect them, from all these like illusions, that are like wizardry. Of course I know this, but when you put a stop to the teenagers, they don't, they have to have it. This is part of them. That's part of their world, which is different from mine. But anyways, I can't wait for a sequel 2. And I'm glad I got rid of my nutty humor, Jay. And I'm so glad I'm with you for all this divine. It's just, I love tribe. Thank you, family. I hope to connect more. I keep saying that, but this is it. Mwah.
Absolutely, fam. Tap in. Like I said, I'm always here. I make my stuff available and we can definitely get it going and I'll get you right on track. All right. So thank you for sharing and taking the time to tap in. All right, family,
Thank you,
let's roll. We
sis.
got our
Wholeness.
sister Cynthia, and then we're gonna hit our brother Dana. Wholeness, what's happening?
Hello, fam. Got some progress on my hair that came on screen in the beginning. Look, thanks again, tribe. I appreciate it. I mean, just gratitude to be in this space. And and the levels, they just keep going up, and this is no surprise, but it still does leave you in awe because it just feels like it's greater and greater, and everyone was drawn to this group because of this level of greatness. Something was calling to us, and it just continues to level up. So it's mind blowing. I mean, I love that 7 has to do a part 2. Like what he's delivering, it can't even be housed in a container of one tribe vibe. So looking forward to the next one. But my question is, the AI art and filmmaking class is billed as a 2-day thing. Is it just on December 7th? Because y'all are making me, for the first time ever, regret that I booked a spa day. Because I have a spa day booked that day. Am I going to get some live engagement on the 8th, or is that just on the website and
Yeah,
not really?
that's 2 days. Just like you were saying,
Okay.
it's not possible to really cram in this session, even, the next level where we want to go with this. And same thing with the masterclass. Like I kind of look at all of what's there and I'm like, okay, we could get this comfortably done in 2 days. Trying to do this in 1 day, it wouldn't have that same impact, because, when you get a chance to sleep on something, which is the first part, then you come back, you're fresh, you're ready for that next part. And so, yes, it's 2 days. It's Saturday, it's Sunday, it's at 11:30 a.m. Central Standard. And then after that, of course, it will be archived. So even if you miss 1 day, then you could check the archive. The archive is always like, also, we have to kind of take all the information back through and kind of get it in a way where it could be presented because the person wasn't there for certain things. So that generally takes like a few days, and then we generally are able to get that out.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. Wholeness.
All right, fam. Wholeness. What's up, brother Dana? Welcome.
What's going on, Sean? Can you hear me?
All right, there it is. Wholeness.
All right, wholeness, everybody. Thankful to be in the space. Thankful to be here. Thankful to see everybody good and well. And I got a bunch of questions, but I'm gonna try to keep it short because I know we've been here for a while. I missed the first half, so I got to go back and catch up. Can y'all hear me?
Yep,
But
yep.
so all
Yeah,
right.
we
So the
can hear.
question,
We can hear you. Go ahead, man.
um, first off, you opened my mind about numbers and just the way that we think about them. Like when you think about the way the number interacts with other numbers, you can learn. Like as you're talking about the numbers, I just start thinking about exactly what you were saying about how the numbers interact. Like I thought about that before, but you just brought it to mind. And then when you talked about learning from the numbers, kind of one of the first things that came to my mind was in the Emerald Tablets, it talks about meditating on the symbols. It gives the numbers 1 through 9, and then it talks about meditating on the symbols. And when I first heard that, I was just like, what could I really get from meditating on the symbol of the 9? But then it's like, well, what do you get when you meditate on anything else? Like you're going to get something from it. So that you just kind of open my mind back to that. And then when you talk about mastering language, like how do you do that? Because like I would think that, in one way you could look at it like, all right, somebody goes to college and they're an English major. They mastered language. Like how do you master language?
Generally, you master something by going above it, going beyond it, surrounding it. Like think about when somebody says, "Hey, I'm a master of something." That means that, shoot, everybody in it. If you're the real master, because remember, some of these words are thrown around like, it's like there can only be one master. Let me read something to you. 1 second. Because you hit it on the button, like when you're in that groove and you're saying, well, this personality, what does it do to other numbers? Right? It's like you're back engineering the code. So the first way to master, if I could do it all over, because I mastered numbers by going beyond it, but I went into the spiritual plane. It dropped the code on me, encrypted. And it was so heavy and thick, I went through at least 2 years of what appeared to be madness to others till it started making sense even. So it's almost like, all right, I'm gonna give it to you, but this is not the easy one. Some people got the easy path, others is like, yo, I'm gonna give it to you, but you gotta do all the work, right? So it's not even like I'm giving it to you. Then there's, some who, you're just holding it because they told you to, and they're back around to get on the journey, and now you give it to them. There's the other purpose of how knowledge gets passed out, and it doesn't seem that the other person had to really work hard to get it, and that's just not true. It's just that they worked hard at another space and time. And so in this is what I want to read. I want to read to you about one. And it says this. You see here, give me 1 second longer. Okay, give me 1 quick second here. I need to find my exact passage. We're winding down here. Oh, wow. It's becoming difficult for me to find this passage, but this passage is dialed in around how one is the ego. I'm going to find it here in a moment. I'm just going to paraphrase till I get there. That one is the ego. But you can see why everything comes from the one, right? Meaning that this is the passage. It says, everything comes from the one. One is the ego. And sometimes when we're thinking about spirituality, we're like, well, wait a minute, I don't want it teach me not to have any ego. Just like in the Emerald Tablet, it tells you to focus on numbers, but it doesn't tell you why. And this is what we have to patch up, for our beloved, because it shouldn't be that difficult there's other parts to this that are more perilous and difficult beyond knowing how to enter. meaning to actually change who you are is more difficult than to know that you need to change. So, or know that you need to improve. We'll put it that way. And so when you look at like the way that things get interpreted, it gets interpreted like one or idea of ego is the problem, but their entire reality is known to be ego. And this is because ego is stepping forth and even claiming and saying that all this even exists and can be done, and is doing it with such a strength, it actually makes everything exist. So thus, if there wasn't a power like ego, there was no reality. And that's why they always say, hey, the ego is all the reality. You see what I mean? So even the way that I explain that, it's a little bit different than how you hear about number one story, because the confidence of creating a reality and sustaining a reality is unwavering. And it's so much strength, there's no doubt. But that does actually make up the very fabric of what it means to have a huge ego, because you're just on this thing. And so what you can see is that what actually then happens is really misdirection. A misdirection of a one, right? And this is what I kind of seen happen all the time with even what I explained earlier about that you could achieve the same goal through different means, and it would feel different when you reach that goal. To have no feelings, one could reach enlightenment, but also to have no feelings is what you would experience in the dictator. They reach the same goal in certain ways. The dictator, nobody is challenging the dictator. He's completely free to do, or she's completely free to do whatever they want, even hold the life of others in their hands. These are real archetypes that exist inside of the matrix. So they've evoked the same power, but went through two different paths, achieved it, have the same outcome, but it feels different. Because surely someone in enlightenment doesn't feel the same way as a dictator. They're on two extremes. You see what I mean? Like they feel the height of their extremes. So if I have enough knowledge, because like I said, just like the sister say, hey, I understand evil, I understand darkness, I get that. Some don't. But evil and darkness feels just as comfortable with being the dictator, more so than an enlightened person to achieve that goal, than someone who feels as comfortable with the path of achieving enlightenment only to achieve that goal and would not compromise themselves to get to that stage. So it's logical to me that I do that because I'm the king of hearts. You see what I mean? And that's how that energy moves. Like it's a whole, they call it the suicide king. All right, so there's this whole story about this card, right? So of course, from my perspective, it would make sense to me of why I wouldn't want to sign up for the club. Even though my father did. Like my father spent his whole life, 19 years in the military. You see what I mean? So he was in the club. But when you can take these stories, right? Now I'm talking about clubs in a deck of cards, right? The thing, because a club is something you hit somebody over the head with. It's a symbolic to warfare, right? A club is also like, yo, we going to the club tonight. Let's go. So there's so many words, but they all are. It doesn't just exist in one part of the reality. It covers itself in other spaces so that you can encounter it again. And that's how the words in themselves are weaved, and then the letters are in themselves the string, but the needle is the numbers. So how do you master work? How do you master language? You be the needle. And this happened for me. Like I said, I came through the Enlightenment first, and then I was able to thread it that way. I believe if a person went through the numbers, not that they could skip enlightenment, it just wouldn't be like what I went through was very strong. Like I really wouldn't advise it. That's why I've not been like, they got these guys, they run around, they got the Yahweh and they got all this stuff going on, right? And man, I would never really point people to it like that. And you'll notice this for the last 15 years, 16 years. I never like, yo, just do this. We be a part of this. And now we club Yahweh and all this. No. We are like the innovators. We're like, yo, that was a very strong spiritual experience. A lot of people did not make it through that experience. What happened? And this is like when you have too much archetype over the top of deity, meaning in your mind, it's like you're taking everybody else's word for what God is. You got to realize man created God. So what you're about to meet is what you created in your mind. And if you've been instructed on what you're about to meet, this thing could be terrible. Because God was terrible according to how he was described. It's literal. In the Old Testament, they tell you, you may not survive this journey for real. Nobody has ever survived the journey. That's you shall not see my face and live, right? So if you're taking any of this literal, which there's millions, there are billions of people they're claiming to take it literal. So even the little smidgen they give it is a smidgen it will take. And now all the smidgens put together equal it being real. Because you notice how like people, what I'm saying is how people approach even Christianity and stuff like that. It's programmed. You can see kind of how it's programmed in itself, even the church and what's supposed to happen there and what church people are like and all that kind of stuff, even the responses and things that you say when you encounter certain things, all of it has become like such a construct of a program. It's almost like you can rehearse to do it, and then it would appear to everybody else that you're doing it very well, when in fact, you weren't doing it. Because if you were really doing it, you would end up reaching what I saw. See what I mean? And so that leads me to also believe that anything a person really does eventually leads to like the grand awakening. Like they say, hey, all arts, when you master them, they eventually lead to the grand awareness. And that grand awareness lets you then know how to do all arts. Okay. What do they find out? What actually happens there? And so that's what this tutelage is about, is, consistently elaborating upon and experiencing what the meaning of all of this stuff is really about, and to a point where we've moved out enough of the falsehood to where, like a clock, it's like all the natural pieces are back inside. So now you're on time. Everything is just flowing, right? And it's even unbelievable. I can't say that I don't experience that life now. But what happens is there's another part of me, the King of Hearts, that I can't really get into it enough because I think about everybody else. Now that everybody else is leased down to the people who want to do it. I used to have everybody on that list, and then I learned how dangerous that was from different levels. But if people want to expand, that's who I'm actually here for. But again, the path is like, it's weird because it gives you access to everything. Look at it. JBR, James Bomar, 10/22/78. That's the tarot card, the low arcana, the high arcana, and the amount of cards. Who did this? I would have had to figure this out at another space and time to make sure I landed in the roulette table. Because that's what this thing literally is. It's like a damn roulette table. Like, one little click over, you're sitting on the 21st. No offense to the 21st, but I'm just saying it's that perilous, the journey. You really do have to shoot straight. But what I'm saying is that I'm absolutely positively sure that every person's acronym of their name, D, P, whatever, also does this. And all I'm trying to do is get enough space, enough time, because I got like, oh man, I'm in a maintenance now, right? Enough space, enough time to just think through this, because this is not something that, I just, let's go find the book. Or, here it is, it was easy. This is not that kind of party. It takes me to sit on something and kind of like, it's like you're wrestling with angels or something, because literally I will have to insist because of my evidence that things are a certain way. And so it's like the reality, which is an illusion, is like, no, it's an illusion, my friend. It looks like this. And you're like, nah, man, it doesn't look like that. I'm telling you that because look, all of this in the reflection. Now, yeah, of course, if I look directly at it, it looks like what you're saying. But when I look at the reflection, it's like, only thing I can say about this is that when they say you can't look into its face and live, you don't look at its face. You look at a mirror that has its face in it. So there's almost like there's a technique of how to handle these things. First, it does depend on you getting yourself together. Like you need to feel like in life to a certain degree that you got the t-shirt, that you're cool on this, that it's like, it's not that you won't go on to do great things, but it's not like such a desire and passion that it's like capitalism, how capitalism kind of comes across. Like, yo, I gotta get rich. That you have this fallback that's really you, that's like, yo, shit, if it all happens, I die right now. Yo, it was great. I know I'm going to greater things. I'm good right here with what I have. It doesn't mean that you don't have that equal strength, because you got to be all numbers. So that equal strength to be like, yo, we're pioneering this. You need to be able to jump into that body too. That's why this is a multidisciplinary, because you're not just one number, but one path. You came in on. It's a star. It's a star's flight. It's a journey. It's like a meteor's movement. But you hit stuff. This is what my teachers told me. I haven't found it written anywhere, so I'm still, jury's still out. When my teacher said, hey, you'll have one side of your body that you, in a certain place, that you will have a part there that you need to heal. It's on everyone. And that's where you got hit. And then when you get hit, you spiral from there. And then this slows down your field and your force. And this is bringing you into what we're calling physicality and reality, right? And so his whole thing was founded on finding that part of a person and assisting them with healing it, right? According to his theories. And so the metaphor here today is, just again, to answer the question is that when we give ourselves the opportunity to move beyond something, to even surround it, like I surrounded God, I ate God, then you can master it because you actually completely integrate it and feel what part it is of you. That's Ayurveda, right? Like seeing where, when you hear these words, when you see these numbers, where do they really hit you? You see what I mean? Like a lot of times for me, I notice there are evil words. Like meaning they're words that no matter what letter you put on the front of them, it will always equal something pretty crazy, like ick. Like that word sick. There's a couple of D words there. But these words, they're also a part of the matrix, right? Like there's other parts of this, and that's what I'm saying. Like, if you would choose the wealth and the love, then that's what you would be given. Because you choose the club and choose the spade, then there you shall live. And then the whole world, like that's what I'm saying. Like Elon Musk and these guys, they're the kings of clubs. They're the kings of spades. You see what I mean? And then the queens are there too. Like that's another thing. That's her story. And the women, it's a trip because all the women's knowledge was not even in the language. That's what Sabak revealed, that the males couldn't speak the same language as the females. It was restricted. So everything that happened about the women, like, it's like that has to all be divine. You don't even get any of the breadcrumbs that we get. Now, it's good, again, that we're divine feminine and divine masculine, but remember what I'm saying about in English, if the half is missing, what half do you think we have? We probably have the male side of the language, just like, and I'm not conclusive on this, but notice how I showed you the R and the L and the J and the G do this switcheroo thing in Hebrew. Technically, if we're talking about a body, that would mean that these four letters would be like the left hand, right foot, right foot. You see what I mean? So this is how, when you're assembling this back together again, like, even that's why it's better to go through numbers. I could definitely see why numbers would be the key, because you need a check and balance. You know, yeah, you would be able to come up with your stories, but you need to make sure that this is correct, and only numbers can do that. But see, that's how we could reverse engineer this, is that even that number 1, 4, 2, blah, blah, that number means something. It spells out to words. And it only takes a simple glance and a little bit of gematria to actually realize why these letters are doing this. But we're not living in a reality that people even think that they should do that, or that it can be done. And that's why I think, hey, we're on to something here. So, you know, I would trust that you could see me lead by example of how to continue to crack this message, these letters, these numbers, but then also realize that, man, this is a real journey. It doesn't, I'll say this and I'm done. They liken this unto like a woman that is very difficult to court. Almost as if you had no chance in the beginning and you had to be this guy that felt like you did, okay? And that's for males or females, okay, on this line today. Meaning that this knowledge that we're talking about, the Sophia, if you want to give it a name, it was seen as like this most pristine. It was like the best. Everybody knew that this was the best that you could ever have. So thus, if you somehow achieved it, you had actually really achieved something, but it needed to actually be approached that way. It wasn't something that you could rent the garment on right away and, you know, and say, I'm going to do this. You would have to come in full character, if you may. And I noticed that also about the world. See, there's things that I noticed that I also can even agree that I definitely have a tough time doing, may never do, but it is very interesting. Like they were describing this, was that golden glass, or the guy as an archetype, as a warrior, but also as the founders of languages, as a scholar. And then I wonder, man, did men like that really exist? That you could be like the highest level of scholar and then turn around and whoop everybody's ass? Because this guy has a reputation like he was like a champion. You see what I mean? And he had these weapons and power, and in everything he excelled in that arena too. But then I know it exists because look at this. And, you know, we're just going to open it up here for a second. When you look at Great Britain and you look at the first statesman, okay, that's what was determined to become a statesman. They fenced, they were on horses, on horseback. They commanded armies and groups of men, soldiers. They courted, you know, princesses, and they traveled to different countries and represented. They stood in the face of other kings and negotiated. You see what I mean? So what you're seeing there is you're seeing a cultivation of multiple archetypes, because each of those is like different things. So we do also see, and this is what you also see in African tribes. You see what I mean? When you get into the deepest level of it that's still pristine, is that there is this full training that happens for beings in those times. And what we have to grasp a hold of is our version in this time, because it's going to look different. In the illusion, things look different. That's one thing they said about the other world, is that everybody understood how superfluous the other world was. It was like a common thing. And I'm quoting from, again, one of the books to Erin, that the other world is like everybody shapeshifted there. It reminds you, when they explain it, more of like a dream, where everything always shifts, but everybody gets used to the shift. And it's, you know, it's like, that's how it is. That's the world that we live in. This world is nothing. We don't die. We don't do this. Everything's always moving from one species to the next species, you see? So yeah, I mean, I'll just leave it there, but I trust that, you know, that gives some clarity. I'm also open for, you know, any dialogue on that, but, you know, I know we're getting up there in the time.
Yeah, because now all you did was make more questions.
Glorious.
No,
That means that
I
if we
mean,
can fuel
no,
ourselves on questions, then we got a lot of gas. And that's actually, again,
yeah.
what the meaning of the number one was the reason why we would never end is because space is not something finite that we're trying to fill. Space goes on continuously. And as long as there's ego, then the circle could be created. That was the knowledge. So it's like with the circle, there's always going to be circles, almost as if there were infinite worlds. Literally, that's what it says, that the symbol was a 1 and 14 zeros behind it, and then the symbol of infinity. It's called the number of the infinite. Later discoveries prove that this is a wise thought and leads to many wonderful demonstrations of truth. Here it is. This was what I was trying to read earlier, and I finally found it. The basis of all numbers is 1. The basis of all life is 1. Now, we're entering a matrix, okay? See, this is what you could get lost because you're like, wait a minute, the 9 is not in the matrix. It overshadows the matrix. It's a template on the outside to control the matrix. 1 is the ego. He is, or it is, the matrix, okay? But so the basis to all the numbers, since we're in the matrix, we're not outside the matrix, we're in the matrix. So the basis to everything in here is 1. Okay? The basis to all life is 1. The basis of all existence is 1, this universal ego. But this number must be infinite, for the universe is infinite, both in duration and extent. In fact, the universal ego is made up of a countless number of entities, each in itself infinite in certain ways. Thus, we can say that there is an infinite number of suns, an infinite number of uninhabited worlds, an infinite number of uninhabited spaces, numbers of satellites in the universe, for there can be no end to space. And the same law that peoples one portion with countless numbers of heavenly bodies, which we're seeing in the sky, must operate to produce them everywhere. See, because it's like a perception thing. Like, for it to be perceptive, you got to operate for everywhere for it to be perceptive. The ancient magi adopted as their representation of the infinity a circle, for the very significant reason that a circle has no beginning or end, and thus fulfills 2 of the conditions. They reasoned that the number 1 followed by an infinite number of circles would be a fitting symbolical and mathematical representation of the infinite 1. 1 with 14 zeros behind it, a plus sign, and infinity. And later discoveries proved that this was wise thought and led to many wonderful demonstrations of truth. Now, again, I would desist there because for that all to make sense and to be taken into the proper context, we would have to examine the numbers 1, 4, 2, 8, 5, 7, and how they operate also within these cards, so that you could then see that through careful observation, these quote unquote Gnostic, Essene, and Atlanteans were sitting outside of time and a space to observe whether or not the laws of these numbers and their energies is exactly true, so that they could create what was one book referred to as the test book, one book that would be what was known as the seven thunder, the thunder from Revelation, that when the thunders were coming through, according to the mythos, they were being written down, these maxims. But the highest one in the scripture, it says, don't write that, erase that. That cannot be written. Okay, so this is a scripture that's in Revelations. The myth is that the test book is what was was supposed to be written in that book, the final seventh thunder, which was to reveal the complete thing of the mysteries. Now, I happen to have text on this, and these texts are at least 60 years old. So that means that the secret is out already. However, it seemed to come out amongst, again, only people who may have been led to the work. But even if you're led to it, how much sense would it really make if you didn't have the foundation that you have already? So I'll leave it at that foundation, you have something already, meaning that when you say, how do I master it? You did master it already. The foundation in which you're standing on, that's what we're working with right now. Because see, when your foundation is removed, and that's what we were talking about earlier, is that, hey, so what if I grow up believing only in these Celtic stories? You see what I mean? I'm gonna be scared of Fomorians for sure. You see, there's so much in those Celtic stories, but what I'm saying is that if at some point you never really find yourself in it, that's why I like genealogy, because it's like somebody's throwing you a net and you're already or somebody's throwing you like a life raft and you're already in the water and you just grab onto that and like, yo, okay, whew, all right, I'm getting some bearing here. And then you start, unpacking yourself and realizing, yo, I am really somebody. Imagine you forget who you are in here. That's what I'm saying. The deeper of the immersion, what is an immersion? Like, is to take a person, like, let's say, for instance, we go into VR, and then now you're like whoever you wanted to be, right? To a point where you forget even who you were. This is really what we're playing around with here when we're talking about these realities. Like, I could even get gassed up about, hey, this is what I'm going to be. And I can come into the world. I'm going to be a great singer. And I become that great singer. And forget my path as the King of Hearts back to getting to the high city and basically really waking up out of what I saw when I went through my journeys as a very, very deep sleep. That you see yourself sleep somewhere. I can't tell you how this works. I don't know what's going on. But as you start coming out of your bodies, you notice like some of the final ones that the being is actually sleep. Like in a daze a bit, it's a bit in the daze. One of the beings early on is like it's in a husk, right? So it's like a lot of people are just surrounded by like almost like a husk, like a chrysalis that hasn't like cracked yet. So then when you crack that, when you go into some journeys, go up a few ladders, you see yourself sleep like as royalty. I told you, like the food dog had not a food dog, it's like another little Indian dog, like an Indian dog looking dragon kind of thing. It's real small, but they were entertainers for kings. So I come out like on the D&T way too far through the journey. And I see this thing dancing and I'm seeing these kaleidoscopes of colors and smells. And I'm like, the only thing I could perceive from that is like, I was like some kind of like super king, but the pleasures was going too far. But you can see how that is. Like, think about like, if I said, okay, let's say I'm in the old higher mind. I'm like, yo, I'm going to go into immersion. Who do you want to be? Man, I want to be a king. And I want to have like everything that I ever could want. Okay, great. Number one. That could be the beginning of an entire trip, right? Think about it. Like, what do you want to be? Like, even right now, when people talk about, hey, I want to manifest. I want to, okay, let's get beyond the car and all that. What do you really want to be? They will give you the personality of the archetype. They will not be able to explain to you any other personality beyond 1 to 9, right? Because all of those, there's some real luxuries in each one of them. Even Saturn, all those have really lofty positions, right? So I want to be like this, and I want to do that, and I want this, right? So when they start calling all of that out, and that's the highest that they can be, they can only really be one of the highest archetypes in the realm, right? But do they know anything beyond that? They can't, because they can if you knew how to combine. Like, look, real stuff comes in this mysteries when you learn how to add the numbers together and simplify the numbers. So basically doing math or to the numbers. So there's not just the numbers, it's doing my at to the numbers. You see what I mean? And that continues the journey, and that grows the experience, that allows the numbers to become the teachers. So I trust that, that's crystal clear. And as I said, when we talk about maps, that's what the sequence of the numbers help us with, is because they can show you, hey, in the forest, because there's everything in there, you should probably focus more on this. Here's a reoccurring theme, 1, 4, 2, 8, 5, 7. Why do you think that keeps reoccurring? To me, those are like the power gloves in the dimension. The things that few people know about, but are like things that you could explain why if you were with scholars, but you would never be real spiritual scholars and poets, let's put it like that. But you would never be able to explain why and get a good awareness why just amongst the commoners, people who don't even feel like these things are valuable. So
basically, are you saying you're basically mastering the language through the numbers, but through the 9, because the 9 is on the outside of the numbers, but also with the 1, because that's the ego, and you can't get rid of it because you need it, because that's the foundation for everything else that's been built.
Well, I mean, but that's still, the prior point is you accessing your key, right? Like Dana,
right,
on this realm, who you are. Because in many ways, think about how the 9 is operating, it's literally mirroring other people. How many people do you know? I know a lot of people that they so want to be who they are, not anybody else. So much that they're not mindful, because they can't seem to jump into the mind of somebody else and say, hey, would they really like to feel like that? What do you think that they're going through right now? How do you think that they're going to take what you're about to do? You see what I mean? Right. That's 9 movement, right? 9 move like that. It'll jump on the other side and become the person and mirror them to understand what's going on. You see what I mean? So that's hard to access that trait unless you already are understanding of yourself, right?
Right.
So I think that's what we're talking about is first, you master your number, and then from that way, you will know this is how the numbers work. This is how they really work. Like, this is how they act. I could expect to see similar kind of patterns and movements. They may have different emotions and things assigned to them, but this is all functioning this way. Like I said, I'm sure the acronyms of everybody's name mean a lot to them. Very similar to how the scientists are saying, hey, your first name is even shaping how your face is and how people see you. Like, you tell them your name and they imagine who you are and who they're talking to. And then they connect your voice with it and they start developing a picture in their mind of what you look like. They were showing how that picture you develop is very similar to what the person looks like in most cases.
This kind of reminds me of what you said earlier about the Ayurveda, and it makes sense. It's almost like whoever it was that made it meditated, feeling whatever it was to see like where the body part was, like how the Ayurveda has each number divided into a body part. It's like kind of going through that, like basically what you said, like you can't, like nobody can just tell you it, like you have to experience it to really know.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And, experiencing that as close to self as possible is key. Well, Tribe, right. We have reached that point. It's always good. I'm definitely excited about what comes next because it seems to continue to increase. I also wanted to, just express it's always in my utmost intention to just ensure that not only do we make it through this, but also that our family members and those that have been on this journey for so long also make it through. Just my own personal feeling about all this is I do feel like people are going through a lot in this world, and it's a bit much. It doesn't seem to me to be the proper design. Some people would say like, yo, everything that's happening is happening for a reason and blah, 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 and they're all growing through it. And that's true. But I also believe that this could be a place of happiness. I believe that people could reach a level of clarity and transparency that they would truly feel like what they could be feeling like. Like we have a body that can feel like so much joy. Like people that are really, really healthy, right? And their muscles are working really well and they push themselves to the threshold, like being inside of those bodies. Like, I mean, there's just so much greatness is what I'm saying that can be achieved here. And I'm appreciating the all-time low. In that, you know, clearly some of the stuff in the reality seems a bit DJing to me. However, that gives me a place, right? Meaning that if you went to something that was already perfect, what would you learn? So I'm here to make some improvements and some enhancements, and I trust that you're here to do that too. And I want to give you all the encouragement to continue to pioneer the way. And if at any point you need some extra data to prove something, know that we have it. Like we have these channels, like we're always there. Discord, Intercom, like we may not be in there hanging out all day because, man, I was charged with something to do. We'd be all over the place, making things happen, growing this platform and growing who we are and spreading the message and also learning. This is the time to take on new skills, right? Like even the basic skills of communication right now are, you know, taking everything to another level. Because at the end of the day, what you start noticing for sure is that, especially from my point, is that it was never like having a certain kind of degree or even having just a certain type of skill that was really holding me back from being integrated into something that was big. It was surely me thinking that I needed all of that stuff and that me just going in and asking people for what I need. You see what I mean? Just going right up in the spot. Yo, can y'all teach me? Yo, can I be a part of this? You know, yo, I got this little bit of stuff, but I'm really interested, man. Can I get in? And they said, yo, sure, yeah. You want to learn about this dude? Come on. You see what I mean? So, like every move that you want to make in life just simply requires you to make a plan. And so I wanted to say wholeness and balance vibrations. I wanted to let everybody know here that we do have a plan and we're going to continue to go forward with that plan and make sure that we all grow together as we have been. So, you know, I'm here. It's a little bit dark, but wholeness and balance vibrations, everyone. I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Wholeness.
Wholeness to the family.
Wholeness, fam.
Wholeness. I love you.
Johnny.
Wholeness.
Much love, much love.
Wholeness. Thank you. Wholeness.
Wholeness.
Wholeness tribe, great transmission.